And we return to the EPL Masters. A bit of a break. The last that was supposed to happen, quote unquote, on the schedule that we have. It didn't happen. But this morning, obviously, we had our series as scheduled. And today, you're here with Team JENZ.
A version of it.
Team JENZ against Ilburst Esports. We got Tolchus here with me. A little bit of drama yesterday, if you will. Tolchus, walk us through a little bit of that.
It's not exactly. We did cover it yesterday. I mean, JENZ have had their issues, right? And even right now, they only have 2 of their original players playing. They have 3 stand-ins. I believe I'll have to actually take a look. Haki, Mage, and Kagami coming in on the position 1, position 2, as well as the position 5 role. Their original roster of Noob, Yadomi, Archer, gone. Russell and Isla are playing. Now, of course, I don't know if that's going to be the case for the rest of the tournament, but what I also know is that the rest of the tournament for JENZ ends here because they can't qualify. Only 2 teams from each group are going to be making it into the playoffs, and JENZ, unfortunately, do not have the series wins to back that up. So, might as well go out swinging, I suppose, even if your swinging results in a bit of nothing.
Well, their swinging starts at the first pick, Shadow Fiend. There's a Bane combo, so you can set up some Requiems. Is there something here to build off of?
I mean, they've already had they have the safe lane combo built up, right? The Shadow Fiend into the Bane, or your Nightmare into the triple raise combo. That's always going to be there. Great against the Undying. If Ilburst are planning on playing a position 3 Undying, it's not going to work against the SF. Even their Tombstone's not going to work because the SF has pretty good right-click attack speed. So they do have a good start. The Winter's Curse, or rather the Cold Embrace, is not going to be effective this game. You don't want to set up for those raises. So Ilburst don't actually have a strong start to JENZ having a strong start.
Yeah, and the other issue with the Ilburst lineup is I'm not seeing a stun. There's one on the Winter's Curse, but that's like, what, 90-second cooldown or something? It doesn't hardly count. So kind of need some control lockdown here. They're showing 2 supports. Like, if you want to get crazy, you could flex the Undying 3 or the Wyvern mid. I don't remember the last time we saw that in a game here at EPL, but is there anything you'd want to see from Ilburst to sort of right the ship a little bit here?
Unfortunately, they've banned out the Keeper of the Light, which would have made for a good position 3 Undying role, right? You double Decay, double Soul Rip would be really strong for Ilburst. But right now, they have to pick up a Pulse 3. They can play against the Shadow Fiend. I can't actually imagine what that is. Maybe you just go for a Darkseer right now. Hope that the Bane... Oh, unfortunate. Yeah, there's not too many offlane heroes that can actually stack up against the SF, because most of the heroes that do well against the Bane SF are just heroes that ignore the lane completely. Just do their own thing. So maybe a Beast Monster could work. I don't know. It's kind of a weird position Ilburst have found themselves in.
I mean, I see the wins, so my first instinct is to maybe think about Centaur. That's a hero that has seen a lot of play here. Maybe an Axe as well, but Axe into Bane is really, really difficult. So I don't know. I'm not entirely convinced that Ilburst have actually set themselves up for anything good. JENZ just have, the stuff. They're just picking heroes that are meta. They literally looked up a sheet online. They got their Dota 2 Pro Tracker out. They're like, most picked heroes in each role. And they're just clicking those ones. So we'll see if they want to keep doing that. But Kez coming out here. How do you feel about the Kez SF matchup as the carry 1-1?
Well, the one thing the Kez does do is maybe shift SF's mindset. Maybe instead of the right click SF, you go for the Yashakaya build, because that is one way to take out the Kez. Kez has very low HP. I think the Kez has just as much HP as a Juggernaut does, which is not very high. So at that 20-minute mark, you're going to be running around with 1,000 HP, or maybe even 1,200 to 1,300 HP, and you're just one Requiem away from death. But you always have to look at the SF matchup and what the SF has with his Requiem for a setup, and this Kez is playing into a Fiend's Grip, and there's not too much that can cancel that Fiend's Grip. You don't have a Ringmaster or a Toss, you don't have that snowball or Escape Pack, nothing to cancel that Fiend's Grip with. So Fiend's Grip into the Requiem, the Kez is just dead. I don't see how Ilbers prevents that.
Yeah, and now you have to deal with the with the Necrophos, and the Necrophos is one of those heroes that is a really favorable matchup to the Kez as well. Though I do really like Winter's Curse against Necro, just because Necro wants to be able to cast his spells to live, and if you prevent that, like you get the Necro next to the SF, really hard to stay alive. But you know, this Rubik, in my opinion, is telling me that it's going to be a 3 Undying and a 4 Rubik and a 5 Wyvern. I don't know if the 3 Undying, as you said, is really the best way out of this situation for Ilbers, but we've seen them go with some pretty unique stuff in terms of draft in the past. I don't know if this is necessarily the most dank thing I've seen from them, but it's definitely getting into the realm of non-standard.
Yeah, I mean, the Bo3 Undying is a bit more in the meta right now, but usually in situations where your lanes are incredibly strong. I don't see that happening for Ilbers, and I don't see the team fight working out well for this Undying either. Like it is a very shaky draft. Even into the Necro, like you pointed out, Necro strong against the Kaz, Necro strong against the Undying as well. And your heal's not working out, your repositioning is not going to work out by your Rubik. Spell steal is okay this game. It's great depending on what you can steal, but I do just think that JENZ are running away with this. Now, do I think that's going to be a factor and strong enough that makes them win? I don't know about that because this roster has not been together for very long. I would say that about the main roster, but this substitute roster is literally here at the last minute, right? They had a different team yesterday, and now they have a completely different team. And it's not as if Nagato and Isla, or rather, sorry, Russell and Isla, right? Russell, sure, he was the offlane player. He's going to be consistent. But Isla is a support. You have replaced 2 of your cores on the mid lane and on the carry position, and that's certainly going to affect you. Like it's not as if Ilbers have Ponlo, right? If I do look at the client, they have Ponlo. Ponlo is one of the most dedicated players out there. I recall a post from him saying that he used up all of his savings to move to Europe, and just play Dota from there, right? And he's rank 100 currently. That is a level of dedication that, quite frankly, most players would not commit to that. I wouldn't.
Now, Ponlo's is a guy that we keep EPL. I really hope that he has sort of a breakout moment. There have been some teams from EPL, Team Zero, Nemesis, Reconics that have come in here. Glyph recently comes to mind. Teams that come in here and they show up and they come to a tournament like this and then they really perform. And I think Ponlo's one of those. He's grinding. He's doing all the right things. He's really dedicated. And so far, I'm going to dedicate my first prediction to Ilbers. I think they're going to win this game 1. I don't think it's close. You let them get that last pick Ember Spirit in a non-losing matchup, which is like a gift. This guy has so many bad matchups, and yet Storm is not one of them. Mage is going to have to live up to his name and really out-mage Niche here in this mid lane, and I think Snowball.
Yeah, I agree. I think Ilbers have a much stronger draft. I also think that your safe lane matchup is a losing one. You're playing into a Necrophos off lane, which can't do anything against. Just an early level in the Shroud, and Russell will pretty much just be okay. Not to mention, again, you can't use the heal. I think that's a very big factor for Ilbers. JENZ have much stronger lanes, much better lanes. But is that going to change the match, or rather, is that going to change the dynamic heading into it? It can, but you're going to have to outplay Ilbers by far. And a lot of these players, I've seen Kagami before, I've seen Mage before, but I haven't seen them to the point where you mentioned the point about Ponlo, 423, Fernandez, Niche. All of these guys we've been seeing at EPL for so long, and competitive history matters. There's just none found on El Haki to that same degree. None found on Mage to the same degree. Russell and Isla maybe sure. They've been competing for a while. But even they haven't been around that long. Like Russell doesn't have as strong of a competitive history as some of these other players do.
Yeah, EPL is not a place. EPL has been a place where some players have to get their toes into the local competitive play here. But game one, Ilbers take it on Team Gens. We're gonna see exactly how everything shakes up here. Some pub stars here in this one, but so just gonna have to give me a rundown here. Obviously, the lanes are better for Gens, but what is the way? Like, how's a way that Ilbers could win lanes if they wanted to? Well, obviously, they want to, but what is the way they could win some of these lanes?
I think there should be a rotation by the Rubik on that mid side. Take out that Storm Spirit before he hits level 6. If December Spirit can get off to a decent start, he can start rotating around, take out that Necro. Because Necro is weak against the Ember Spirit at those early levels. He doesn't exactly have too much magical protection, even if he has physical protection. And you can overwhelm Gens by simple rotations. Even the Undying, sure, he's a position 3, but nothing stopping him from rotating towards that top side. Target the Necro, target the Shadow Fiend. Maybe the Winter Wyvern also rotates towards that bot lane, because the 3, I'm taking a look at their draft, and 3 people being in one lane is overwhelming. I don't think Gen survives against that. There's not too much the Bane can do. If there's both a Rubik and a Winter Wyvern and an Undying rushing you down, there's not too much a Storm can do if the same thing happens. So that's probably how Ilbers are going to play.
Well, no matter, I mean, even if you do bring the numbers to some of these lanes, the one thing that Ilbers do still struggle with is that lockdown. So you do have to, I think, coming in at weird angles could be another thing for them. If you cut off points of retreat, but I can't see why Gens did go for the Storm Spirit. And if Storm has that decent lane against the Ember Spirit, there's a possibility here that you just don't die.
I do think the Storm can survive. They don't have saves though. You have to keep that in mind. So if the Storm is going to survive, it has to be he's going to be surviving on from his own actions, right? There's no help coming for him. So he'll have to outplay whatever rotation comes his way, which I don't think is possible before the level 6. I don't see how he survives. Niche has the Flame Guard, so he can dive in the tower, right? Your Remnants are not going to be doing too much. Your Overdose is not going to be doing too much. Storm is primarily just magical damage. You could punish whichever rotation comes his way. Since you have the Power Shot, you have the Nightmare, you have certain abilities like that, but it would just be punishment. Like at the end of the day, Ilbers, even should they die on one of their heroes with those rotations, should always be able to get the Storm kill.
Aponlo breaks that smoke. Gens up on this right-hand side. High ground. Oh, 4-2-3. He went in the middle of everyone. Gets first blooded, and now they all turn their attention over to that tombstone. Get the kill, but this Flame Guard did quite a bit of damage, and now Mage turning his attention over Kagami with the double kill, but they lose the SF, they lose the Storm, and now the Bane is going to come down to Ponlo in an absolute bloodbath will escape this triangle. Totris, it's a 4-for-2 exchange for Gen, so that's a really good way of starting off an already strong lane. And they got the tombstone kill.
They got the tombstone kill. This Wind Ranger ends up with about 515 gold at the very start of it. 149 experience for Russell. He's almost level 2, so what would have been a strong lane for the Necrophos is going to be even stronger against 4-2-3. Unfortunately for Ilbers, their Ember and their Kess died at the very start. So whatever return kill they got, the 2 kills that they did get, are just going to give the benefit to their supports and their offlaner, and none to their most important cores.
Yeah, and And I mean that could be the beginning of what we already described as a really difficult situation. And it does kind of come down to you're fighting level 1 into a Necro, into a Storm, into an SF. Like Raises are really powerful early on, even if it's only level 1, but the Necro heal, the Bane as well. Like the trading tools on gens are incredibly strong, and the Tombstone placement was just a little bit too greedy as well. It's a nice
It should have been on the low ground. I don't know why he placed it on the high ground. You saw the entire team on that high ground. Why would you place the Tombstone right there? Would have the same impact, survive on that low ground, but still, no way to, you know, it's the high ground plate. I'm sure, like, you're a Star Wars fan, right?
Yep.
Yeah, you know, whoever possesses that high ground is gonna win. Chosen One also fell.
That is true. And then the beat, but the Chosen One fell and then became the Dark Lord. So maybe we see that from Ilbers, right? They got rolled on that high ground, and this is their villain origin story.
Maybe they do have the villain heroes. Actually,
Well, I feel like SF is a villain hero.
Yeah, that is true. Undying and SF are the only villain heroes. Actually, no, the Winter Wyvern is also kind of the evil dragon, I suppose.
Kind of. I mean, Wyvern's more of like a raise setup in the bot. Never mind. Lift is really cool. That's pretty cute. That's pretty neat.
Yeah, it is actually. Now that I'm seeing it, Fernandes has the toolkit to disable that Nightmare race chain. Yeah, that actually works. That actually works.
Yeah, just straight up.
I do wonder how they're actually going to play around that. Because that telekinesis is a lot easier compared to the multiple setups that you need for that Nightmare into the raise. The Shadow Fiend has to get in position after the Nightmare has been used, get up close so that he can use his first raise, and you just disable, break that sequence with just one simple lift.
See how low the Rubik is getting bottom, but the Tombstone gets dropped, and Isla gets, you know, maybe a little bit too aggressive. Rubik's going to be able to go back to base and reset, and now you see the 1-to-1 matchup of Norma against El Hockey here. His bottom lane just not going the way of SF. Very surprising. Only 14 CS. You'd want a little bit more, but power shot up top, 4-2-3, getting run down, has to pop a fairy fire, looking for the parry, but there's no death pulse coming out, not quite yet. Now it comes through. Right click send. Kagami gets that kill up top, but it's actually Rust that gets the kill. I wonder if that was from, I don't know, the passive maybe, but doesn't matter. Kez is dead all the same.
Yeah, it's just a lot of damage. They dealt 1564 total damage on the Kez, and the Kez has 736 HP.
Yeah.
They dealt twice his hero pool as damage. And the problem is, Onlo with the Cold Embrace can't even use the Cold Embrace. He skilled that up. He did use it, but it does nothing for the Kez. You just set up for Russell to get on top of you. The Heartstopper Aura still decays your HP, and Kagami has the power shot. Like, your heal is not going to heal you against the power shot. It's a 270 magical damage ability at the level 2 mark.
Yeah, it's just so much damage. And the thing is, like, on the Necro, you can just eat all of this harass, and you get like 3 CS, and then you're back up to full HP again. So we're seeing, you know, the Necro lane dominance really come into full fruition here. Setting up for that raise play bottom with the Nightmare, but it just keeps getting turned around, and Isla needs to be protected with the raise. They drop the Tombstone. And they drop the Tombstone, that's it. Nothing else.
Yeah, dropping Tombstone wasn't like in that scenario.
No.
I think it's tough because you want to farm up on the Undying, or rather, you actually want to win the lane as the Undying, but you can't win this current lane. So what is the backup plan? Are you supposed to find your farm? But he can't do that either. You know, it's this Undying offlane plan that it really is not working out for them, but he does have a fair amount of CS, 26 lost hits. The Shadow Fiend has also recovered, mind you, played. Like, he's now on 31, not that far behind the guy. In fact, ahead of the Kess. He might just overtake even the Ember.
Root setup, but Mage gets away, has a couple bottle charges.
It is still a 2,000 net worth advantage for the Radiant side, and it's all on Russell, right? 3,400 net worth on the Necrophos compared to the 2,200. He's 1,200 net worth ahead of the Kez, and this is going to be a very early Radiance. Effectively, what the offlane Necro offers you is the capability to build up 2 carries at the same time. The Necro and the Shadow Fiend take individual parts of the map because the Necro can farm up aggressively. He can farm up the dire part of the map, take their resources instead of taking your own.
The Bane comes up top, and Ponlo has to eat the gank through the portal. But the Ember Spirit takes this opportunity. He's going to sneak for the Wisdom Shrine. Bane in with the TP. I don't quite know who's going to get it here. Oh, it's going to be the Bane with the Nightmare Plate. Pretty safe.
Receives the tips as well. That is nice to see. Well played on the Bane. Receives tips from his entire team.
I mean, dude, this net worth disparity is really daunting. 3 people end up going bottom as well. Oh, dude, they're bringing numbers to this SF. Drop the tombstone. Get that kill onto the tower.
Oh, it's a very simple kill. But at the same time, it may be a tower trade because Russell as well as Kagami, they have dealt massive amounts of damage to that tier 1 tower. It is likely to fall here because the Kez alone can't really defend this tower. The first tower of the game will be going their way. Meanwhile, that tombstone isn't really effective at dealing much damage to the tier 1 over on that bot side. So the death of the SF isn't that bad for Team JENZ.
Obviously,
isn't it ironic though, but, that JENZ are doing much better without Parker and Noob?
Oh, well, you know, that's just this is what their draft is designed for, right? Like they need to win these lanes. This is the first step of them winning this game, is that sort of lane domination that we're looking at right now. We'll see, you know, if they can keep it up. That's kind of my question at this point, is like, yeah, you've set yourself up for success. Now but the most important step isn't the lane. It's now we have to turn this into momentum, something meaningful. And El Hockey, meaningfully in a certain amount of trouble, trying to get that play with the Requiem. We'll get it. TP boots are done on Necro. He's coming in right on top of Norma, but Ponlo's going to eat the raise. Turn around. There goes the Reaper Siphon. Doesn't quite get the kill, but maybe doesn't need to. As Kagami picks up the last hit, and that is the straight up first item TP boost. No Sacred Relic, no funny business, just full on gas.
Pretty much, but you still do have the Ember Spirit nearby. He sees everyone with his Observer Ward, but there's no real follow-up. Norma does come back in with the Ceaseless Dirt, so perhaps they can look for something. Or rather, they're going to look for El Hockey. Niche, at the very least, has some idea that the Shadow Fiend is nearby. The Shadow Fiend's already made his way out.
Yeah, the dive is going to happen instead on top of the wind, and Kagami got hit with the slight chains. Body block, Niche. Oh my gosh, it was the melee creep that got the kill. That is hilarious.
They won't be able to. I mean, they're not responding to these moves effectively. Is the problem? Like they're very far behind on Ilbers. 4,000 affiliate is nothing to scoff at, and this Necrophos Boots of Travel, like you pointed out, is going to enable the counterplay. Right, for Ilbers, they want to dive that Shadow Fiend. They have to play deep now because they've taken effectively that safe lane capacity away from the SFs. He has to farm in the jungle. So if you want to make those plays, it has to be very deep. And when you go in deep against the Boots of Travel, the support can arrive at the tier 2, at any of the lane creeps present nearby. You really can't go on the Storm Spirit anymore. There's not a single ability that can hold that storm down for long enough. Searing Chains is there for sure, but there's nothing apart from that. Talon Toss Silence perhaps is going to be good enough, but if it's not, the storm just zaps away. And so the only real target for Ilbers is the SF, and it's a risky move to go for him.
I mean, he has Bane behind him in case. He probably will have Bane behind him in case, so, you know, the Nightmare is going to be coming out. And again, Ilbers really don't have a lot of ways of canceling the SF ulti. You have Lift, which we saw in the last team fight, but it's Lift and it's Winter's Curse, and we don't have Winter's Curse ready yet. So this SF is not going to be the toughest cookie to crack, even though in terms of net worth, well, the SF is lowest on his team in terms of the cores, but you're an SF. You can just triple raise or double raise a wave, and then your net worth is okay, so who cares?
I do wonder what build the SF is going to go for. Al-Haki is itemizing for the Yasha into the Manta style, so he's probably going to go for the right clicks. I'm surprised though he's not going for the Mask of Madness to enable his farm, or even the right clicks against that Tombstone. Instead of going for the Manta, a bit of an older build on the Shadow Fiend, but I suppose it does work. There's just nothing to dispel away if you do have the Manta, but I suppose it's still a good stat-based item.
Maybe chains is what you're thinking about?
But you can still drop the Requiem even if you are chained. But I suppose the maneuverability does help you.
Could also be like you can, because you can purge off the Kez damage, right? Like
you can.
Yeah, so that might be the other thing that he's thinking about too, right? That's the main way that the Kez does damage. So a lot of things to consider. Catapult wave coming down bottom lane. Ilbers need this tower down here. They got to set it up somehow, but we'll see if they can, as both supports are down at the bottom lane, and they're showing the SF as well. Storm Spirits come up around the corner. Ilbers forced to back away here, and that does leave so much more room for the Necro up top to just keep farming up the way he has been.
Yeah, he's on the trajectory to hit that perhaps a 14-minute radiance with the Boots of Travel. Right, so very high on his farm. He's 7,000 net worth at the 12-minute mark, and there's nothing that Ilbers can actually do to counter this out. They have to bring like 4 heroes in just to take out that Necro.
Oh, the Shackle coming into the Nightmare on top of it as well. Mage getting pretty low, but there is a save from Pawn low. Root up onto that Storm Spirit again, but the Reaper Scythe comes in. Russell is waiting in the wings. They are going to throw out a really nice Winter's Curse, and Russell walked back into it. He didn't have to, but he did, and now here comes the Fiend Script looking for that play on top of the Spirit. Goes in, Nightmare comes out as well, and Kagami now forced to get chipped away by Niche as the TP came in from the Undying. A nice Tombstone. You can't go up that high ground on JENZ, especially now with the Necrophos front and center, so Ilbers end up getting a double pick off. They only lose the Rubik. But that's a really big kill to get on the Storm Spirit.
It is, and I mean it is a decent return. The problem is Russell is still just snowballing this game completely.
Yep.
And getting a kill on the Storm is of course great. It's one of the, I would say, after the Shadow Fiend, it's the only kill you can actually get on a core. But these are just moves that Ilbers are responding to. These are not moves that they are trying to make, which is the biggest point of concern that I have for them.
And I mean, Undying ripped ultimate bottom. Flesh Golem is used. I guess it's a tower taking Flesh Golem. It's not something you get to see every day.
It does last for a while, so I suppose it works in a way. But Mage and the Bane are here.
Yeah, I don't think that this Rubik can get out of this. The Nightmare's coming in. They got the power shot set up. Raise as well. What is normally the automation of Pause 3 Undying? Is it really just Lotus Orb Shard?
Yep. Lotus Orb, Shard, Blink Dagger. Maybe you go for the Blink before, but the problem is, what are you blinking into, and who is going to be going in alongside you? Like, you're just gonna get hit by the Reaper. You know, the Ember Spirit, sure, but the Ember Spirit has overtime damage. It's not as if the Ember Spirit has burst damage. So suppose the Undying goes in, uses that decay, even with the Flesh Golem with the amplified decay, you drain away a few strength. That's just about it. That doesn't change the dynamic of that fight, because the Ember needs time to take someone out.
This is a very greedy attempt to go on the Necrophos that is this farmed up top with the Radiance finished at 1440. The smoke play from Ilbers, and it's going to get read by Russell. Never mind. the chains, the root comes in, and that is the, you know, a patch update 7.41E, I think. The change coming in with the root canceling the portal go, and here comes mid. That's a really, really unfortunate play. Oh my gosh, they barely didn't get the shards on the Storm Spirit there. He manages to zip away. The nice Nightmare save coming out.
Again, Isla is farming the tips at this point. It's nice to see these kinds of plays by the Bane. Always a Nightmare save. Had that Nightmare not been there, that Splinter Blast would have landed on that Storm and he would have died. But still, for Ilbers, it's a great pick-off, right? They found the Necro kill. No one came in to help. There was no creep wave and no one decided to teleport to the tier 1 tower because there was just no time to do that. It should be a wake-up call to Russell to farm up a bit safer. Unfortunately, where he's going to farm right now is directly on the Shadow Fiend's turf. So they're now going to have to share those resources, at least until Isla builds up some more stacks.
Yeah, I think this could be the moment that the SF makes his way over to the triangle, or they get the stacks over to the Necro. It doesn't really matter. It doesn't change who or what is really going on, but Manta style for Kez, he feels like he needs a purge of his own. Maybe against the Bane, I would imagine. The Bane is the only one that you're thinking about purging, so I don't know. Maybe Manta style just to push waves out. El Hike bottom lane. It's going to get run down, trying to rip the ultimate. It's going to get it away, and the TP out is going to be good as well. They don't have a cancel. 4-2-3 wasn't there in time.
I mean, you kind of need 4-2-3 to land at least a few hits, or maybe even the talent toss. Had he been nearby, that Requiem would never have gone out, and you would have been able to find that Shadow Fiend kill. So, a bit too late for Ilbers. And again, they are not prioritizing that top side. Outside of the one kill they got on Russell, they have left that top lane completely alone. Russell will eat away at all of these stacks. And I mean, it's just going to get even more massive. 17 minutes, he has 10,000 net worth. All the meanwhile, you're playing a Kez carry that isn't really itemizing for burst damage. He has a Mage Slayer, which helps you against the Storm as well as a Necro. But eventually, the damage output from these two carries, I would say, is going to overtake Ilbers in a capacity where they can't match it even 50%.
Well, they are gonna have to play a little bit of risque to get some pickoffs, and they find one battle. Just went behind the tier 2 tower niche. It's on a killing spree.
Good pickup though. Like, I think they are making the correct moves, and I'm actually not in the position to suggest if abandoning that top lane is the right idea, but it is working for them per se. Like, you know, you miss an attempt on this SF, but then you get him the next time around.
And they just keep making these plays, but the Nightmare set up onto that Rubik. They don't get the chains combo. Power shot up the high ground from the Rubik, giving a little bit of vision, but it's not actually going to hit the Bane, and there's a ward there, so Island is exactly which way to go, and that's going to be two teams peeling off of each other. It's just more of the same, but the net worth is not as bad as I thought it was going to be at this point in the game, Toltris. Some of these pickoffs have really worked out in Ilbers' favor.
They have. I mean, the Radiant side, Gens have not made the same kind of moves. We've seen them go make pickoffs over on the mid lane, sometimes to make respond to team fights, but not really consistent moves. And Al-Haki continues to die. Like, he just continues to stick around in the same exact place where he's dying again and again.
You'd think at some point that you can make your way into the triangle, but Ponlo is going to set up this really nice play up top, trying to get a Nightmare save coming out here. But when you can get a free Necro kill like this, you're going to take it. And here comes 4-2-3, looking for a little bit of vengeance. He's going to be able to pick it up, and now Mage in with the zip on deep and behind the ends. Has that Witchblade going for a little bit of extra damage as 4-2-3. He's going to get hit with the focus fire. Kagami, though, he's not strong enough to take out these two cores, and 4-2-3 welcomes the focus fire. He gets a triple kill. Dives happening around the map. Gens lose one on the other side of the map. They get 4 dead. Only 2 supports die for Ilbers, and Toltris, these team fights, you'd think that with the net worth lead that Gens had, it wouldn't even think about going this way.
the Reaper Scythe wasn't used, your Shadow Fiend was dead, and you're diving a tier 2 tower. That's a shoddy play, or rather a shoddy attempt at best. For JENZ, if you are going to go that far deep, you need to use your burst damage, use the Reaper Scythe, create a numbers disadvantage for Ilbers, but they never really felt pressured in that situation. They got the Winter Scourge, they got every single spell off.
That's gonna be a play. They're finally done with the stupid friggin' Ember Spirit. Get this guy out of my game, says El Hockey. The Reaper Scythe obviously takes the kill, but they stole Requiem. How do this should never happen. This should literally never happen. Stolen Reaper Scythe on the Rubik now, and he's got a blink if I'm not mistaken. Toltris, is there going to be a smoke play coming out from Ilbers now? Never mind. Ponlo, need some helpies. Maybe a pick-me-up. Uppies? No, instead, they are going to get the stun down on top of Mage underneath this tier 2 tower. The stuns keep coming out in 4-2-3. It just keeps helping Ponlo outplay whomever he wishes, and now they get the lift back on top of this Bane, who's stuck in no man's land. I mean, JENZ are walking in one after another, and that's going to be a stolen feed script now for Rubik. I mean, these guys on JENZ don't know how to cast spells, man.
Oh, that's a bit awkward. I would prefer the Fiend's Grip over the Requiem because he's still a few ways away from that Blink Dagger. But it's the Aegis for 4-2-3. Storm hitting a tier 2 tower is not the ideal use case for the Storm, I would imagine.
Yeah, no, neither would I. And now they're just going to go deep. Hell, Hockey forced to go well past under that tier 2 tower. But 4-2-3, even though he's got an Aegis, he still have to be careful. Lotus Orb comes out. They are going to get the Sound Sound on top of this Storm Spirit, and they know that there's no Nightmare. They had just used it. Mage just not getting any help. As you said, there's a lot of save, but 4-2-3. He says, screw your save. Screw what the hell has been happening to me this game, dude. Your lanes, yeah? Win lane, lose game is what he's saying. Ilbers coming out on top in this mid game, easily take down this tier 2 tower.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen. Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
I hate to say it, but you know, JENZ aren't coming up with the, I would say, practical ability to play the map as well as Ilbers do, and that is the biggest difference. That was the point of concern in my mind. Like your lanes are stronger, and they did have the better lanes played. They had a 4,000 lead, but Ilbers just played it way better.
And they're going to keep playing it way better with the stolen Fiend's Grip. SF disconnects. He knows what's about to happen to his offlaner.
You think they're having a discussion about why there's a Fiend's Grip on the Rubik right now?
I would be tipping the Fiend's Grip on this Rubik right now if I were the Necro and going, guys, how did this happen?
They built him up though. You know, they gave Isla like what, 9 tips overall by now?
Yeah, well now you can't tip him anymore because it's like all the goodwill that you worked for, it's over now. And I mean, sure you get the Reaper Scythe down, but there's a really nice save from Ponlo. Just the magical shield coming out here, stopping that Reaper Scythe from getting the kill. And now it's 4-2-3 at the top of the net worth chain. He's the apex predator on the map right now.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
I don't even see what moves they have. The one good thing for Team JENZ, or the two good things, I suppose, is the fact that Russell as well as the Shadow Fiend still have a lot of farm. There is a way to actually carry the game if you just keep farming up on El Hockey. Russell can just keep farming up. You play a standard game with these two carry heroes. The problem is the Storm is far behind, and I don't see the Storm being able to make the same kind of moves. Does go in though on normal.
Yeah, they are going to be able to see the Shackle turn around onto 2. They do have an opportunity to maybe get some sort of tombstone down. Norma, he's just tanky. Yeah, you focus farm me down, but I have all these soul rips, and now you're forced to TP out. The play just doesn't work, and it's going to be the Bane instead. eats the turnaround play. Norma soul rips the Bane. I don't know if Bane has a soul, to be fair. I don't think he does. It's like a fiendish, nightmarish thing, right? Like he's not really a living creature.
Neither
like
is
a
the Undying,
manifestation
but
of
the
your
Undying
nightmares.
has a soul. Or I would imagine
Undying
he
has
does.
a soul. Yeah.
I'd give him
like
a
an
soul. I don't know.
well-
It's an interesting question.
Because I thought the whole thing with Bane is that he's like not real. He's like a nightmare. Unless he himself isn't a nightmare and he's just like the Lord of Nightmares.
No, he's the Lord of Nightmares. You know,
Yeah.
he has a Sharingan. He has the
4-2-3 with this friggin' Manta style play. How many times do you see that in the pro level? And he's gonna go in on top of the Bane as well. Silence coming in. There's still the... I mean, this is an interesting use of Aegis. For sure. It's one way to put it. El Hockey gonna look for the Requiem, but gets saved by Ponlo. He's not gonna let you get away with doing that easily. Zip down on top of him as well. The chains are gonna be able to come in. They are gonna drop the Reaper Sight as well, but that does put the rest of the team in a little bit of a predicament here as the Raptor Dance comes out. Nice play. Shackle or chains onto 2. Beam Script is coming out here on top of this Ember Spirit, and the Razes also lay the pain down as the sleep from the Nightmare comes in. The parry is out, but what a shackle. Turns around. Manta dodges the raise, and 4-2-3 just playing with this food right now. Zeke goes in right on top of that Necrophos. He's got to be a little bit careful. The parry comes out, and that's going to be able to get the stun down on top of that Necrophos, who's still healing up just from the creep wave that spawned, and he got a few creep kills, but he's the lone survivor, the guy that's undead, the last one alive.
diving inside of the tier 3s is pretty impressive by Ilbers, but they're mashing buttons right now. They're not really doing much else apart from that. Like, JENZ are unfortunately not in the capacity where they can play against a team like Ilbers. Just a bit too much for them.
Rubik isn't even close to dying. You thought he was, but he had more in the tank, even on top of that play.
Radiant are scanning.
Unfortunately, there's just a distinct difference of mechanical skill at this point, right? It's not even as the game goes on, it becomes less and less so about the draft matchup. If you can just outplay your opponents like 4-2-3 is, even niche, you know, the Ilbers, like I pointed out, is or like you pointed out as well. Their players have been competing at the European stage at EPL for a very long time.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Some would say too long, but
Yeah,
they
I
have
think
been
for some of
here.
them for sure.
Dire's top tower
I think it really does come down to JENZ kind of pubbed this game. Like they had a lot of individual heroes are like farming aggressively in 3 lanes. The SF was the biggest target that Ilbers were going for. They successfully found him multiple times, and then they found the Necro a few times, and they also found the Storm a couple of times. So I feel like when you have a Storm Spirit and like it's a good Storm Spirit game, you can't rest on your laurels. You have to go out and do stuff. And that's going to be a little hard when you have this much control to deal with. Well, not even control, but damage. It's not a lot of stuns, but there's just a lot to deal with.
And 4-2-3 finally overtakes everyone in the net worth.
Yep.
Has the eye. Once he has the Eye of Scotty, the game's over. I would say the game's over right now as well, but the game will be sealed. The fate will be sealed. Skagami, yeah, he's not walking out of there.
He's trying.
Dire's top tower
He's trying.
attack.
And trying doesn't work, and it is also the first step to failure, Tolchus. But this tier 3 tower bottom, it's going down. 4-2-3, who's a Windows Vista enjoyer.
Tower is under attack. Radiant's
Did you ever
Looking
use
for
Windows
this-
Vista?
I did, and it bricked one of my computers.
Oh, that's unfortunate. I used to use Windows Vista back in the CS Source days.
Oh my gosh. I think El Hockey wishes that he could use something else, get himself out of this situation. But 4-2-3, Manta style Raptor Dance, and he's full HP. Like, you know, something about this Kez hero just makes me want to throw up, dude. This is great stuff right here. Good stuff, man. The bottom rack's going down. 4-2-3, just Kezzing it up. Who cares? You had a better lane. You had a better whatever. It doesn't matter to me. Mason with the zip. Just trying to kill the creep wave, but yeah, that's the rack's gone. 10,000 gold lead now for Ilburst. They're looking at the Necro. Necro uses his one defensive spell, leaves, and you know, you have a lot of options I think now in the Dire. Do you go Roshan? Do you just choke the gens out of the map? Do you kill the supports and then open up and going up high ground again?
I think
you can do whatever you want.
I think you just end as quickly as possible. Like there's no pushback against Ilburst. The little pushback that's coming in is coming in one by one. Right? We saw Isla teleport in after the Shadow Fiend was dead.
Buyback coming on me, but Norma on a monster killing spree. You haven't even killed him. They're really that much. The Bane is going to be able to buy back as well, but the Wind dead to rights. The stolen power shot coming in from the Rubik on the right side of the screen. There is a tombstone. A little bit of weird stuff going up, but they find 4-2-3. Drop the ultimate down on top of Mage. And Raptor Dance comes out as well, but that isn't going to do a whole heck of a lot. If Ponlo needs to deal with the Storm Spirit somehow, turns around, right clicks, the Reaper Stuff is going to be able to come down, and that's going to do enough damage to bring down the Kez finally. Mage casting spells as well as he can. Niche is now back in the base. Thank you. Norma now just walking away, can't get the blink out, turns around, pops the Flush Golem. There's no Reaper Scythe. He's going out for the TP. Requiem. Pump fake actually got the Norma TP cancel, and here comes the illusion juking play, but Norma, you can't juke the death pulse.
He just decided to stand still after a while. 5 tips coming out for Norma. These tips are coordinated, mind you. That, you know, someone in the team goes like, it's now time to tip the Undying.
Yeah.
It's time to tip Norma. But at the end of the day, they're down one entire lane of barracks. They may have found all of those kills. That's a 4,000 net worth swing. It actually, most of the gold goes towards Russell. 3,000 of the 4,000. So he's right up there at the very top of the net worth chart. Almost actually has the heart of Taras. He can buy out the Reaver right now if he wants to. I'm not saying that's a comeback, but the lead, it's shrunk massively. It's now down to the 6,000. I don't think it will change the dynamic of the game because Ilburst are probably just having fun at this point rather than actually taking this game way too seriously. But I mean, it's if you can get the Shadow Fiend to have the same kind of farm that Kez does, you can find that comeback. But if that's not going to happen, the comeback's not going to happen.
Yeah, 4-2-3. I think he just went a little bit too deep. Went a little too deep, but the smoke plays coming out here in El Hike. He just showed with a couple of raises. Isla, he's on dieback here. Well, that's awkward.
It is, and I mean they don't see El Haki. You know, he has the Requiem. He has a few tricks up his sleeve, or at least the one trick. I do wonder though, the Requiem's not going to do as much damage. So how are they exactly going to make this kind of a play? Mage zapping in would be a mistake. I don't know. They don't have Russell. Like, he's not there. He doesn't have his boost of travel. It's on a 25-second cooldown. So this is a 4v5 fight with a Shadow Fiend that's under farm. With a Storm Spirit that has 12,000 net worth. What is he going to do? Witchblade Ilburst at death?
Yeah. Don't take that away from him. You know? But I think they do have a ward. They have a really nice ward on the ramp. So gens know everything that's going on here. They don't see Ponlo smoked in the back though. He's still hidden.
My Dota doesn't show the ward. Oh, okay, that one. Yeah, gens know everything that's happening.
Yeah.
Ponlo's still inside the smoke, so they don't see him, but I suppose they see everyone. Yeah, they see Niche too. So they see the 4. They see the 4. The problem is there's a cold embrace that can come out from Ponlo towards anyone from the position he's at. He has a blink dagger, so there's no way you take someone out unless Ponlo bungles it. And Fernand has the shard. so he can actually lift someone back as well. I genuinely think there's a less than 5% chance that team fight works out for gens when you don't have your Necrophos. They just simply don't have enough damage to win this fight, and holding the team fight for 25 seconds is impossible because your Bane's dead right now, right? Like that much is guaranteed. He doesn't have a buyback, so you can't actually come back with the Bane. The Wind Ranger can't really do anything. It's literally up to a Shadow Fiend to come back. His PC crushed. That's a new one.
It crushed.
Overheated.
That's
one
not
of the reasons
good.
Russell doesn't use his cam is because his PC's FPS drops down too low. We need to get him a PC.
We gotta get him a new hamster.
Yeah. Although Russell is competing in the Esports Nations Cup, so you know.
True.
Just buy a PC after that.
Yeah, probably. I think. Do they see the storm right now on Ilbers? Like, do they know that the storm is in this woodline? Because if they do, I think you just blink, cold embrace him, and then he dies, right? And then like the whatever, you don't get the requiem off.
Yeah, that is one way to go about it, but I would imagine that Ponlo's position enables him to play this fight defensively. Just wait until the Storm and the Shadow Fiend reveal themselves, make them waste their abilities, and then just save your ally and turn the fight.
They do see the SF right now. Like they know where the SF is. I think the Kez is giving the vision. They can see him. I don't know how they can see him, but they can't see him. Checking the fog of war. So this
Kez has 4,000. How does the Kez have 4,000 HP? That is absurd.
Dude, Scotty gives 5 less HP than a heart.
Yeah.
Or 5 less strength than a heart. I mean,
I don't even think he needs the Cold Embrace. Like, I genuinely don't know if there's enough damage to take out the Kez, even with the Requiem right on top of him, with the Vortex, with the Witchblade, with the Brain Sap, the Power Shot. Like, throw everything you have. I don't think it equals 4,000.
If you hover over the description of the Eye of Scotty bugged for you, like, is there just a bunch of empty?
Yeah.
Okay, good.
They're changing it. It's the Dark Carnival. You know, for those of you watching, I can't talk more about this, but something is coming.
See, this is what I've heard, and I finished it, and I still don't know what people are talking about. We're gonna have to talk about it in between the break. But yeah, if you haven't gotten your tickets yet for the Dark Carnival, do it. Grind those turbo games. Can you explain to me why? Isn't it's Jakiro that is the triple lover tickets on the Dark Carnival, right?
I actually have not played the Dark Carnival at all. Like, not a single step.
Not a single step. Why?
Oh, I'm not a mini game fan.
Really?
Yeah, I haven't played any of the mini games. Maybe a few. I remember the what was the one they had that year with the Chinese New Year, the Dragon one.
Yeah.
A long time ago. I played that quite a lot with my friends, but none apart from that. Not even Dire Tide.
What?
Yeah.
Did you do the Crownfall?
I did, but I skipped the entire comic. Like, I just smashed the skip button.
That's fine. Yeah. That's fine. There's just a bunch of free stuff on the Carnival, dude. You know, and it takes a little bit of time. I mean, if you're playing Dota anyway, you know.
Yeah, that's true. But I don't know. I've never been a mini game fan. I used to love playing the old the other games alongside Dota, the ones you still have in the custom games, like Angels Arena and Hero Siege, stuff like that. That would be my jam. But apart from that, no, none of the events. I would imagine, you know, if you had you know, since the team, or rather Reddit and the community generally hanker for events all the time, you could probably just make a flagship, or rather rotate around the custom games in the main space. Call it a Valve event. You know, create a pass for it with 25% going to whoever created the custom game. Like that's very easy to do. It's like 5 minutes of time. I don't know if it's actually 5 minutes. I don't know how to code, but I mean, I imagine it won't take that much time.
Yeah, I think custom games, I mean, Dota custom games have gone a long way, and it's crazy that there has been an entire genre of game that came from a Dota 2 custom game. Or like Dota itself is a genre that came from a custom game, and then a custom game was made within Dota, and now we have auto battlers. Like it's crazy. The evolution. I mean, there were auto battlers before, but I don't think there were people that didn't play Dota that were playing auto chess, right? Like that's how big of a phenom it was.
You know, I mean, Cinderin and Sunsfam wouldn't have come up with their game had it not been for the inspiration they took from Dota, right? Like that kind of transition is inseparable, I suppose. So yeah, you're right. It's literally games coming out of a singular point in time. One would say League of Legends wouldn't exist either if it wasn't for Dota, you know, or neither would.
Well, that is true.
Heroes of New Earth or any of these other MOBAs out there. Like Dota started it all.
Yeah. Yeah. It is, you know, the beginnings of this game are very, very humble. Just kind of surreal to see in real time the steps that it takes. And also just like, not only were MMOs born from Dota, but also like esports as a viable option was born from Dota, right? The first ever esports tournament with $1 million prize pool that came from Valve. They're out of pocket. The first TI, right? Like, how much history does Dota have? And even this game, this team fight that we're about to watch, embeds itself within even a small part of the fabric of that history. As the PC overheating has been fixed, G's are being called. Kind of. It's not like Necro can even get here into this team fight in the first place. He is literally stranded in the bottom lane. Like, he can't come here if he wanted to. They say G, it gets unpaused. The Bane dies in a matter of literal seconds, and the rest of the team are just going to fall down. It's Mage that gets picked off next, and the call to retreat was made. Necro still can't get back here, by the way. We waited all that time for a guy that can't even show up. That's okay, Kagami. He's going to show up to the respawn timer. 40 seconds left on that, and Ilbers are just walking through whatever parts of the map they want. They decided that they were going to try a little bit and close the game out.
Yeah, this game is pretty much over. Like, Russell can't change the state of the game, not on his own. He's had a fantastic run in the tournament so far, I will say that. Like, he has been looking really good. I do hope that he gets, you know, I like having a PC not good enough to compete, but having the skill good enough to compete. That is tragic in my opinion, and I really do hope that he gets, at the very least, a technical sorted out, because I do think that he has a lot of potential to make it.
Mage.
Also a mathematical degree, for those of you who don't know.
I had no idea. Necro walking in the middle of 4 with the ethereal buff. Death Shroud coming in. Mage now finding Conlo on the back line. That's going to be an easy kill with the Reaper Seth as well. We'll see if Ilbers wants to take this team fight. It's 4-2-3 says, yeah, I do. I absolutely do. They get the turnaround kill, but the Fiend Script comes out. Channel turnaround. They do get the stolen Fiend Script to stop that. However, 4-2-3 gets saved with the Tombstone. They will pick off the Rubik. And the BKB is out for El Haik, but he's just going to use it to run away, as the Raptor Dance doesn't do anything to a Necro that is hit with the Death Shroud himself. And 4-2-3 now healing up. The BKB comes out from that Necrophos, and Kez just puts himself in the Hotel Tombstone. He's good to go. regen a bit of HP. They will take out the middle racks, and it's becoming all she wrote.
Guys might actually die here. I mean, he gets away. The game is pretty much done and dusted, but they still have a tier 2 tower. They still have one more fight left in them. Like it's not gonna change anything, but it's still a fight, right? It's the opportunity to get to play some Dota, click some buttons, play. That's all right. I mean, your remix probably overheated too. Happens. To be fair, Ilbers really are impatient with this. Like, they want the win as quickly as possible. Right on that tier 2 tower, 4-2-3 will be able to take that tower down, and then they will be going for the next lane of barracks. There's no buyback available for Russell or Al-Haki. This is a pretty much done and dusted game.
Oh, wow. Mage getting some zips away. Sorry about that, tech difficulties. I'm back. And yeah, I mean, this is just, I don't know how you stop Ilbers here at this point on gens. Like,
you don't.
This Undying is too big. Well, no, exactly, you don't. Necro's the only hero really with network that can hold the candle to this situation. 4-2-3, they're going to be able to find the Bane in the tree line over on the left. The Fiend's Grip turnaround on top of the Storm Spirit, but they are going to drop down that curse anyway. Death Charge dump, or it doesn't matter as the BKB comes out from El Haik, and they are going to get the turnaround. Nice play. Reaper Scythe comes in, Mage is out with, I think, a buyback as Niche BK or double damage rune walking around. The BKB from Russell walking down Pondlo will get himself into a little bit of the cold embrace as Niche walks up, and what a play from Pondlo. Just playing with the spoon at this point as Mage has enough mana to work with himself here a little bit, turns around, still trying to play, but 4-2-3 comes in. That's called Vengeance. The buyback is out there, and Russell, he is literally 1v4. He dies. The Bane is the only one left, and he's going to be the one to call GG as Ilbers 51-24 in a 37-minute game. The only really close part about this game was the lanes.
Yep, and that was, I mean, predictably, the lanes were going to go in favor of Team JENZ. Unfortunately, the game wasn't. And that was a concern in my mind that it's unfortunate that that turned out to be reality, because Ilbers, these players, there's a huge difference between these players, you know, for better or worse. Team JENZ came in with TI level players, quite literally, right, in the form of Noob. Parker, you could consider him TI level. Russell and Isla, though, these two players have pretty much have impressed me quite a bit. Russell especially on his offlane performance the entire tournament. It's unfortunate that the team has ended up in this kind of, I would say, offsetting. I suppose it happens in a game. I guess it happens, you know. But what I want out of this for JENZ, you know, even though they're not going to make it forward to the playoffs, is that Russell and Isla continue to compete. For the rest of these players, though, Mage, El-Haki, and Kagami, I do hope that I get to see them again. But you know, it's still not over. We still have an entire game before us. Although I don't think it's going to go to a game 3, but anything can happen, I suppose.
What do you think Team JENZ have to do to get this to a game 3? Do they just have to like obviously winning lanes didn't better? Do you think they just need to draft better team fight?
Overheat PCs.
Well, overheat the PCs of Ilbris. Team JENZ are gonna send a heat wave located specifically to the players of Ilbris Esports. And with that, we're gonna have to cool off with a quick break. After that, you're gonna be seeing game 2 between these two teams. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back. I'm taking a look around at EPL Masters, and I'm trying to find. I told you I can't find it. It's a game 3. I just don't see it. I'm looking around. I can't find it. Maybe JENZ are gonna pull it out from us, and we're gonna get hit with something that we've never seen before from them, and we're gonna experience a new level of Dota that we just have no comprehension of. But Toltris, game 1 looked like they had a great chance at the beginning to do something. Nothing happened, and they lost.
Yeah, and I don't think anything is going to happen either. Blade.
Yeah.
Like there's just too big of a difference there. Someone in the chat mentioned that Mage's rank or one of their players' rank is ranked 1200. I don't know if that's true or not, but if that is true, then there's no chance that JENZ have to win this game or even the series.
Listen, I'm an unranked immortal myself, okay? I will not take this line slow to non-numbered immortal players. Listen, the new MMR change means that I am like 50% closer to the top players in the world by MMR than I was a week ago. So give me a break, buddy. To let the people at home believe that they're actually better at Dota than they really are, okay?
Yeah, but I just don't see that. I just don't see what happened. Like I have like right now, if I check my in game, I have 6 players online that are ranked 500 or less. But like I just don't see it.
Yeah.
Yeah. And it's just this particular matchup, right? It's a hard matchup to play in if you're JENZ. They had easier matchups before, which they couldn't win against, and it's against Ilbers. Ilbers are, despite of not having many accolades, Ilbers are a very strong team and likely to be a strong contender at the tier 2 level. I know for a fact that it's a strong organization, like it's a very well structured one. They have a CEO and a COO. That means something.
That means that I don't know how to use the alphabet, because I think of ABC 1 2 3. You know what I mean? The moment that you start with the letter that's not A, I get lost. So I'm gonna have to take your word for it here. Ilbers, obviously one of the, maybe a bit of a, I'm not gonna say a dark horse in this, but there are a lot of really strong teams that are gonna go straight into playoffs that we haven't seen yet. So like the groups are one thing, but once you get to the playoffs, the level of competition is going to take a step up for sure. And whether Ilbers can do that, well, maybe this is going to be a tune-up series for them. Maybe it's not a series where they go in and like, man, this is a must-win. We got to really get the, we can, if we play normal, we're going to get a 2-0. But let's focus and think about some ways that we can play, get some, build some good habits. And they're going with the Pangolier to start doing that, which means that it's going to be a 3 mid Pango. I don't know. Never mind. I don't know what's going on. I'm lost. Take it away, Toltris. You tell me what's going on.
I mean, there's a lot of flex potential, that's for sure. Both the Pango, or rather both the Undying and the Batrider, could be supports or could be the offlane. Pango could also be the mid or the offlane. I think it really just depends on what JENZ plays. If they were to reveal a melee mid, then you can just send the Batrider down towards that mid side, rotate the Pango towards the offlane, and have a pretty good time. If they have a melee, or rather if they have a strength-based carry, then you can have the Undying on that offlane role, destroy that safe lane from Team JENZ. But Team JENZ do have a Nature's Prophet, which does suggest that it's either going to be a carry Nature's Prophet or a mid lane Nature's Prophet, less so on the mid lane, more so on that carry position. And there we go, they reveal the Ember Spirit. So for Ilbers, if you want to dominate the lane, right, take away the one thing that JENZ had going for them, then you send this Batrider over on the mid side. Fight fire with fire, I would say.
Yeah, I mean, my thing about Ember Spirit is that there are so many bad lane matchups. There were so many bad lane matchups with this hero. I think people pick this guy and they're very aggressive with this placement in the draft. They're like, we're going to first phase this. Sometimes we're going to second phase this most of the time. we're just gonna let the other, our opponents deal with it, and they rely so much on the individual skill of their mid that sometimes you just forget giving your guy a good game is just enough. But we saw in game one where Ember Spirit didn't have the best lane in the world, didn't have the worst lane. We've seen worse from Ember Spirits, but still recovered well. And Ilbers are going for it. I think this could also be a Slark mid. We've seen this against Ember Spirits in the past as well, Toltris. I don't know if you can put this Ember Spirit mid. I think you have to because you don't have a choice, but it's already looking a lot worse in terms of the lane matchup here for Team JENZ.
It is. There's quite a few Ember Spirit counters available. I don't think it's going to be a Slark mid. Let's maybe that will be going.
We saw it yesterday. I'm just saying.
We did see it yesterday. We've also seen a position 4 Slark.
Yeah.
At the tier 1 level. But I would imagine this is a Slark carry, and I think this is a bit of an experimentation by Ilbers to see what works for the eventual playoffs. I will actually take a look to see where Ilbers stands in the groups, because if I recall, Ilbers should be at the top. They are. So they're in second place position. But should they win here, they'll be 4-1 right beside Power Rangers, nearly guaranteed for their playoff run. So if there is a time to experiment, it's over here with your final series of the group stage. And with an IO coming out, this is guaranteed to be a Slark carry.
It could be IO carry.
It could. If this was a year ago late, I would throw water on you from across the screen.
It's been seeing some. It's not, and I can't believe the level 15 talent on the IO plus 50% spirit damage is ridiculously broken.
I was also Extreme Gaming, and they picked an IO against a Viper on the mid lane. They felt that confident about.
Oh my gosh, it is carry IO. It is carry IO. Toltris, I called it.
You did call it, and that means it's gonna be okay. So Norma is on the offlane Pango. Fernandes and Pondo are the support. So this is gonna be a mid lane Starkey. I think you called that one as well.
I called it all, Toltris. I knew it was coming. You look so upset. You're like, Ilbers are just here to have fun, dude.
Yeah. Oh man, we're in for a long day. I mean, this could be the way that JENZ finds that comeback. They have a Darkseer against this weird amalgamation of a draft. I don't even think I can call this a draft.
Right? What do you want to call it? What do you want to call it?
I don't know. It's just you randomly selecting heroes at this point, right? I mean, these heroes don't go well together. To be fair, actually, the IO plus the Stark do go well together. So maybe in one world where you had the IO support with the Stark, that's a good combo. But now you have the IO core, so that combo is supposed to be even better. I would imagine. I suppose. I don't know. This is absurd.
Funny. Yeah. The one thing I do like is that 4-2-3, you buy Aghanim Scepter on the IO, and then your Darkseer Illusion is actually not bad. Like, what does an IO Darkseer Illusion do? Literally nothing. It doesn't have the spirits. Like, it's literally useless. So I guess that's what they were thinking of, maybe. Like, there's a possibility the Darkseer comes out, so we're going to pick the IO, and then we can flex it, and then they pick the Darkseer, so you're like, okay, well, let's go carry IO.
To be fair, all of Ilbers' heroes are actually bad with that. Their replicas are kind of bad outside of the Slark replica, but even that, it doesn't actually do too much damage because there's no essence shift coming out of that illusion. The Batrider relies on his napalm stacks for his right-click damage. You also have the Undying. You can't decay. No zombies coming out. No flesh golem. Nothing. None of it. So it's an awkward Darkseer game because your replicas don't do too much, but the replicas are kind of I would say the replicas are 50% of the output that the Darkseer has. It's that vacuum that comes out, that repositioning mechanism, bringing everyone close together. Then you have the Inkswell plus the Ember Spirit combo, just Remnant in with the Inkswell, dish out that on Side of Fist damage. They do have some options on gens. Unfortunately, I don't think their lanes are the most optimal.
Wait. Why is 4-2 a mech? He's got a mech queued up in in his quick buy. What am I looking at right now? Told you this game is already bound to be one of those anomalical events. There you go. That's a word for you guys. That's a dictionary word for you if you don't know what that means. Anomalical.
I don't know what that means.
It means it's like an anomaly, but to describe something as an anomaly is to say it is anomalic.
You have to be kidding
Like
me.
an adjective.
It is an adjective version of anomaly, yes.
Okay. What is the word
Yeah.
for anomaly?
Like, what does it mean?
No, what is the
Like
what is the verb version of it?
The verb version? I don't think there is one.
Oh, the hockey's dead.
Yeah, he is. Oh, I love Dota 2 so much, Doltrus. I love this game, dude. Oh, this is gonna be good. So, okay, JENZ game 1 had 4 kills to 2, and I think they had 3 runes. So already Ilbers are leagues ahead of what they were game 1 at the beginning of that series. So walk me through. Ilbers have cooked. Have the whole kitchen down, or is there actually some meal here going on? Why am I looking at Ember Spirit offlane?
I don't know. Where is Russell? Russell is on the mid lane. Okay, we have. I have no idea what's going on.
Oh, they're okay. Yeah. So they're laning the Darkseer against the Slark to dodge the matchup, right? Because the Ember can't lane in the Slark, but Slark can't lane in the Darkseer. So okay.
It's yeah. I
Yeah?
don't know what you want me to say here, Plate. Like it's weird. Okay, like it's just insane. Like I have never costed a game this weird. It's raw.
Yeah. Hey, well, you know what? I'm in field day. There's a lot to talk about.
I suppose there is a lot to talk about, but well, at least this safe lane for JENZ is normal. But the Ember Spirit, even over here on this off lane, doesn't actually do well against the Undying, right? Ember being an agility-based hero, you would have your strength drained constantly. You can't really take the Undying down because there's just too much healing coming out. The bot side,
the bottom lane, they get that kill. Isla, oh my gosh, nice from El Hockey. The Sprout stops the Pango in his tracks, and it's a double kill for the Bane.
Even on that top side, there's that tombstone, Kagami.
Yeah, that's gonna be a kill on the. Oh my gosh, what the frig? Grimstroke. Holy smokes, it took me literally 5 business seconds to think about what that word was. But that's okay. It's not like I'm a professional or anything. I mean, to be fair, Tolchus, and I'm sure you know this feeling, my brain is already fried, game. There's so much going on.
Yeah, I mean, it's a makeshift situation, right? The one thing about Team JENZ that I do have to, you know, is something that they should be proud of, something that is very notable to mention, is that they are still here. They could have just forfeited the match, and you know they could have just said that, hey, we don't have 3 of our main players. Instead, they're choosing to stick it out. And that itself is phenomenal.
And they are going to stick it out on the Battle of the Lotus. 4-2-3. He's going to get hit with the Ink Swell. That's a double kill. Oh, he gets a turnaround, but not before Mage actually gets the kill himself. So full resources coming out here. Niche now chasing after Russell, but the river gives some movement speed. A bottle charge. Russell, can he get away? No. So close, but so far in bottom lane, El Hike dies too. So, I mean, there's no short of action here. They are looking for some right clicks here. The body blocks can't quite come in, but they don't even need to be necessary. Maybe they look over towards this Pangolier now. Does have a shield crash available. The right clicks are coming out, but the swashbuckle is not going to be able to create the separation needed. The right clicks are coming out. Isla's got 4 kills. Meanwhile, up top, they're looking for the chains down. On top of this, Io fighting doesn't stop, and Pondo's going to keep walking forward. Kagami's the one in trouble at this point. One last orb. The spirits are coming in, and now Mage right-click down. They don't have another spirit summon, but they don't need it, as that tombstone is going to help get the zombie a double kill for 4-2-3. Is there any other action happening, or can I stop talking?
No, there is. It's on that bot side.
Oh my goodness, the bot side looking around. No, never mind.
Okay, no, never mind. I lied to you. It's on that mid lane. Actually, no, Russell will surge away. It was happening
okay.
for a second. I actually don't think the Darcier wins against that Slark. He does when it's on the off lane, and when you have an additional support beside you. But in a 1-to-1 matchup, I fail to see how the Slark will actually lose this. He's gone for a level 2 in the Saltwater Shiv, so every time the Darcier comes nearby, he just simply gets hit by the Saltwater Shiv. Slark gets regen, steals away your movement speed. You can't actually right-click the Slark down.
Well, the Slark does have... Okay, well, Isla's dead bottom. Because the tree, Swashbuckle, isn't going to be the thing that gets the pick off, but El Haki, never mind, it's 4-2-3 up in the top lane, right-click from the Grimstroke. That's going to be able to finish the job. Tombstone got dropped. Will he get the deny? Nope.
Team deathmatch.
Slow on the draw. It is really... this game is literally just a click enemy hero until death and nothing else.
I do wonder what Russell will go for on the darts here, as far as his first item is concerned. Drops an Observer Ward down against the Slark. That is hilarious, especially in nighttime. Like, if there's no creep wave present, then the Slark will know there's vision here.
Yep.
But I mean, I suppose you have to have some kind of vision. Surprisingly, he doesn't plant it down on a niche spot, but the Slark side is down.
Nah, he's got his ultimate ready to go if he needs it, so there's really no kill threat here. As Niche looking to pick off. Never mind, there probably is a kill here. With the rotation from Isla, they are going to get the sleep down, but Fernand's walking forward. They do get the decay kill, as 4-2-3 didn't come over in time with the spirits, but that's okay, because Mage getting harassed drops the Flame Guard, and Ponlo's chasing him down underneath this tower. There's no level 6 on the Ember Spirit, but that's a lot of damage at the very least. One throwaway right click from Fernando ends up getting the pick off there anyway. And the rotation coming out from JENZ to protect the shrine. Dude, and Toltrus, it's not stopping, man. I don't know what's going on. Here comes it's a 3v3 fight at the Wisdom Shrine. The tombstone gets dropped. 3-man decay comes down, and El Haki's here too. So Pondo gets picked off. They are looking for at least 1 kill. They will end up getting 2. Fiendscript comes down, and that will be another double. Isla is the king of double kills. He's gotten 3 of them so far, if not 4. And there's Niche here. Niche is like, I heard there was fighting, and you can't have that without me. Behind the tier 1 tower, El Haki's here. It's like, what is there a fish doing here, man? I'm just trying to farm. Get out of my lane, bro. Teltris, I need help. Help, dude. What is going on, man?
More than 3 kills per minute. It might just be even more.
Gosh.
I mean, Mage has a remnants. He's pretty much just okay. But Ilbers, I don't think they're actually coming out that far ahead with all of these exchanges. Like, sure, the Slark is running away with this. The Pangolier, Norma is having a decent time as well. But the Nature's Prophet and the Darcier are also farming away. The only problem is that look at the kill or network distribution. In this game, the supports aren't actually that far behind the cores, simply because of all of the fighting that's been happening. Lost hits are not really what's getting all of this net worth.
Invisibility on Niche. Oh, but there's just too many heroes here. He's just gonna try to right-click some people down. Here comes the relocate from 4-2-3. So if you need to globally bring your carry, well, I can bring mine, says El Haki. Gets the pick off the turnaround. That invasion is not gonna work, and Fernand's getting run down by Mage, but Ilbers maybe having too much fun with this game, not enough trying. And as you said, Totris, there's so much fighting. The net worth distribution of this game, it looks more like a what is the finger piano things? Oh my gosh, what is it called? You know what I'm talking about.
I don't. You play the piano.
Oh, I don't play the piano at all. It's a oh my gosh. I'm gonna have to Google this.
The keystrokes?
Oh, no. It's an instrument. When I say this joke, it's gonna be hilarious for people that know exactly what it is.
The keyboard?
That's the Mabira. The Mabira.
I have no idea what
I
you're
know.
talking about, Plate.
It's okay, you don't need to know. There's kills happening. There's actually there's been so many kills happening. There's a buyback here. There's literally a buyback. And Phoenix Grip comes down. Toltris, I know this Phoenix Grip gets the kill. I know there's been like five deaths that's happened. I know Niche is killing Mage top. I know that this game has 31 kills before 10 minutes, and I can't comprehend this game of Dota 2, man. What's going on? I'm freaking out. I need a break. Help.
I don't think you're gonna get a break, Plate. They have a Slark lineup and they have an IO, so they're gonna relocate everywhere. They're gonna just rotate in with the Slark. They're pretty much just gonna run down JENZ as much as they can. But it's a 2,000 lead. JENZ do have some options. They have the Nature's Prophet. All they really have to do is farm up. They don't have to actually commit to Ilbers as they're going in for the fights. They can just hold back and wait patiently for the farm, because I do think that at some point the JENZ are going to be stronger. It just depends if they're able to hold on, because they clearly don't want to. They clearly want to commit to those fights.
There's no lasso. Mage has security. TP out for the Grimstroke. And Niche will drop a sentry ward down, get the pick off on the observer ward behind the tier 1 tower. There's a Ghost Scepter on Bane at 11 minutes. Wall comes in, chains onto 2. As you said, the vacuum power full force, and the tombstone gets dropped as well. But Nisha able to he can't quite get away. Silence comes out, and yeah, he is stuck for sure.
Oh, Pango
There's
there.
a lasso. Not just the Pango, but they also bring in 4-2-3 here. They get the lasso down, trying to run away, but this oh my gosh, the Fiend's Grip stops the TP back. 4-2-3 needs some help. Tether away outside of the Sprout. They end up getting a pick off on the left hand side. Norma kills Mage, and it's a 2 cores running away. Team JENZ maybe a little bit too deep. Swashbuckle up to the high ground, but they don't have any way of canceling the portal out. Norma wants to go through and fight them though, chase a little bit, and he will as El Hockey. Swashbuckle right click. Norma jumps over the tree line. He's gonna fight this guy, but he gets pulled back in, dude. There's oh, what a play!
Radiant's middle tower
What a sick jump up the high ground. There's still a little bit of vision up from those Sprouts, the Naturelings, whatever, the neutrals. Oh, won't get the deny on the Darkseer, but that's okay. And meanwhile, up top, 4-2-3, getting low, looking for the tether slope. Nice little bit of micro as Ponlo chases down Mage. Mage isn't threatened by this at all.
Oh, this kind of feels like a low priority game.
I was gonna say that in the draft. Yeah, it does.
Okay, versus Mage. Okay, I think 4-3 is just gonna pretty much win this. Norman gets a kill on Kagami, but actually dies to Russell, so it's so weird, man. It's 40 kills in.
40 kills in. There have been 10 kills in 3 minutes.
How many kills do you think we'll end up having this game?
Oh, over 100. For sure. Tombstone gets dropped. Isla looking for something here, but there's a wall of replica to protect himself. And here comes Kagami. Blink up Fernandes. with the lasso. 4-2-3 also relocating up on the high ground. They are going to drop the Fiend Script down onto 2. Ethereal is out for the Bane, and that's going to be 2 dead, as that's a 4-man decay coming out. Don't sleep on Ponlo. He's pretty strong.
He is. I think he has max decay stacks right now, 24 strength being stolen. He has 2500 max HP. Holy moly.
Yeah, he's not gonna die. I don't think it's possible for him to die. Double damage rune now on Niche, as they will find the Darkseer on the tree line as well. But Elhike comes in. Ponlo, I said he's not gonna die, and I'm gonna eat my words, as Mage ends up being the one to deal the damage. Niche pops the Depth Shroud. He's gonna be safe, and Elhike the one in trouble, as everybody starts coming back into the mid lane. Everybody wants to play Dota 2. It's not Dota, it's Overthrow. We were talking about custom games before, and this feels like one. It doesn't, ability draft, single draft, it's definitely not captain's draft. I'll tell you that much. Middle tower goes down, Niche picks up the kill on the, and the thing is, there's no tower push except for the Nature's Prophet. So not only are there going to be a lot of kills, but there's not going to be a lot of objective taking.
I mean, eventually you're going to start taking objectives, but oh no, I can't get a word in played. I'm sorry. It's all you.
No, talk about it, dude. No. I'm not. I refuse. As a matter of principle, I can't refuse anymore. There's too many people coming in. They're just gonna TP everybody in, even after somebody dies. 4-2-3 is relocating it too, man. Where's Elhike? He's nowhere to be seen. They dropped the tombstone down. The damage is coming in. Mage going in. Everybody's going low, but he's got to worry about this freaking tombstone. Ponlo ends up getting another kill. Kogami getting chased down. There goes the blood grenade. Niche pounce down below the tier 1 tower. Oh, my voice, man.
You know what I'm surprised about? That
What?
Niche only has 7 essence shift stacks.
That honestly, he should be reported for that. He has only 7.
Like, out of 29 kills they have, out of 54 kills in total in this game, he only has the 7. As I mean, the network distribution is very even. I will say that El Hockey is the one that is falling behind compared to, well, the normal comparison would be to Slark, but I suppose the comparison here is between 4-2-3 and him, and he's actually ahead of 4-2-3 in that sense. But as far as the mid laners are concerned, I mean, the Darkseer has as much net worth. I think the real difference in this net worth is coming from these supports. The Batrider is 5,300 compared to the 4,000, and the Undying is also 5,000. So there's a, that's 50% of the difference Ilbers have in their net worth advantage. The rest of it is the minor difference between these scores. But constantly fighting for gens is pretty bad. Their heroes need to scale by finding the farm, while Ilbers scale by finding kills.
Pounce underneath this tier 1 tower. They're going to also drop the tombstone, but the stun is going to be able to land on top of the Slark as well. Isla walking around that right-hand side. They do get the double. Relocate in 4-2-3. I mean, they knew. Gens knew that Ilbers was going to bring everybody, and they're going to fight. Ilbers still have brought everybody. It's 5 versus 3. Silence down on top of the Pangolier. Norma can't do anything. Ponlo's going to get chased down. He's silenced up, and finally, there's some logic. Gens, they're like, man, Ilbers are bringing everybody, so we're just going to have everybody here first, and guess what? They kill 4 people, they get a tower, and now they can push down this top tower too, or maybe they'd relax.
I mean, going in 1 by 1 for Ilbers is pretty bad. That Phantom Embrace from the Grimstroke, like, just dropping down the silence to whoever comes in, finding very easy kills. He is gonna fall in the end, Kagami, but they'll be able to find the Batrider. That's a full team wipe effectively onto Ilbers. 4,000 of lead gone by completely in less than a minute, as they also lose their tier 1 tower. Gens are actually in a very good spot. Russell, he is so far ahead of anyone else in this game. Fight recap shows that he ends up with, well, I couldn't actually tell, but I think he ended up with more than 1,000 gold between all of that.
They get the sleep, they get the Fiend's Grip. No, there's no Fiend's Grip. Wait, why didn't he swashbuckle?
Dire's middle tower has fallen.
Gotta
Oh
use
my
the rolling
gosh!
thunder
Wait,
too.
what is the Icar of Natasha stack count for on everybody? That's such a good point, observer. What the heck? There's like
It's the innate. It's the innate.
I know, but like it's got what 6 per hero now, and there's been so much fighting. There's 32 kills in 20 minutes. What are the stack count for like the Undying the Slark? It's got to be like 4 or 5 for everybody on Ilbers.
Yeah,
That's
I mean,
oh my goodness.
the Bango has 5, so he has 20% decreased status resist from the Fiend's Grip from the Nightmare. So it's quite literally you increase it by 1 second from each of the Bane spells.
Niche hit with the silence. There's no save. Can't quite get out, but they are going to drop the Tombstone up on that high ground as well, looking for the vacuum wall combination as well. Big team fight breaking out, but really not a whole lot going on until the roll comes out. And with that Aghanim Scepter, it's going to do a lot of damage. Mage needs a little bit of help here. They are looking for a buyback though on low. Has the tier 2 tower to TP to. Looking for Mage. He's getting pretty low. Needs a remnant, but I don't think he's going to be able to get out of this one. As El Haki now going to be the target, but the Mjolnir has the Dragon Lance as well. Norma manages to get himself away after the Sprout on the other side of the high ground, and Fernand's
go back in.
looking. He is going to go back in, but he barely gets the trade as Russell now has to contend with this situation. And by that, I mean he's going to back away. He's clear of the fight that transpired, and again, I don't know what the frig is happening in this game, Toltris.
Ponlo did buy back for that, so it's not that good of a fight for Ilvers. Team Gens are kind of mounting up a significant advantage of the way that these fights are ending up, and Ilvers, I mean, I have to say, they're going in one by one constantly. And it's not working out. They need their BKBs. You do have 4-3 with the Aghanim Scepter, but you need a BKB on the Slark so that he just doesn't get silenced down and die instantly without being able to do anything. You do have, I suppose, the Blink Dagger up for both the Bango as well as the Bat Rider now. They're going to be effective at finding the jumps. I mean, look at this. One silence and the Slark's dead. Like, he can't do anything.
He's looking for that BKB next, but there have been 72 kills at 20 minutes of this game, and there's about to be more. Double damage rune on Norma. He's got Blank Aghanim Scepter. He's got the Diffusal Bite as well. He's going to roll. He's just committing. Knows that his strength is right now, right here. 4-2-3 in with the relocate on the backline, but they are going to set up an easy two-man leash there, and that's going to stop this Panga roll. 4-2-3 dead to rights. He's not really an IO carry player, you can tell, but Russell on the other side needs some trouble. He's actually dead. Ponlo on dieback here, trying to fight underneath of this tombstone, but there goes the Bane. That's another kill, and now Niche is going to TP 1v4. He's looking for this Nature's Prophet literally by himself, mind you. He did that by himself. It's an ultra kill for El Haki.
Someone just mentioned, I think Jenkins gave a Herald review of this game. That's funny.
I think I might send it to Jenkins and go, dude, you gotta look at this game, bro. You gotta look at it, man. What is, like, this game? This game is just
I think Gens just might win this. And for Ilvers, you do have to consider that their position in the group stage, I mean, it's, is it confirmed? Actually, it is confirmed. Because these are the literal 2 lost matches. But if Gens wins both of their series, okay, no, there's no way that, there's no way that Ilvers actually doesn't win. Or rather, doesn't advance into the playoffs from this position, even if they were to lose to Gens here. So I suppose just having a bit of fun with this.
Yeah, that's one way to put it. Maybe. Are we going to have peace? Is there a truce? 78 kills in, 23.
Bladders exploding.
8 kills.
They need to go use the washroom. Like, too many kills.
78 kills at 23 minutes. What am I looking at? How is this possible? What is going on?
I mean, it's just both of these two teams know that there's nothing that comes out of this. Like the group stage standing is not gonna budge, right? It's a weird draft. They're just really just having fun with this. Like that would be my estimation. Like this is not Ilber's last game played it serious. They won the game, and now they're in a position that regardless of what happens, they're gonna win the series, even if they lose here. Like that much is pretty much set in stone.
I want to cry. I don't know, dude. What am I supposed to say?
There's nothing to say, I think. Like it's weird, but you know, you've costed Southeast Asia. You cost Southeast Asia.
Southeast Asia isn't that this bad. Like Southeast Asia, maybe you get 40 kills. 78 is ridiculous. This is easily the highest amount of kills that I've had at this point ever in my entire life. There's no way I've ever seen 78 kills at 23 minutes before ever in my entire life.
78 kills in 23. I do wonder what the record for the highest number of kills in a European match is.
I don't know if we're hitting those numbers, but the Fiends group is going to be able to come out pawn low. He's got the saves coming in. Niche is actually able to get away, but the Tombstone's going to be focused down here by the rest of the team as Mage has Chase, and we'll find it on top of the Slark as they do have a little bit of vision, but he's actually able to get out. So the death number does not increase. The kill number doesn't increase.
And it does seem like Ilbers are readjusting, right? They're not approaching these team fights blindly. They're just getting back. Even though there's no Fiends grip, so you can technically look for a play, JENZ will head inside of the Roche Pit, and that Rolling Thunder can do wonders here. I do wonder though, Ilbers, they've taken a beating in the past few minutes. They're down 6,000 net worth. Are they actually going to contest this?
Pondo wants to. Obviously, that isn't going to work.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
So it should be Roshan.
Should be.
I like how expressionless Pondo is.
I'm also expressionless. This game is 44 is my lucky number. That's how many kills JENZ have. And this is just, there's so much happening, and now Norma's in trouble. He's got roll TP if he wants it. Doesn't want to TP away, but he'll use the roll to get out.
18,000 net worth for the Nature's Prophet. I mean, he is very farmed up, and I don't think the Slark out carries the Nature's Prophet in this very specific scenario. He doesn't even have that Aghanim Scepter. He has 2,000 gold, so will likely go for the BKB, but he needs a way to jump out of the fight and jump back in. Right now, there's just too much damage that Niche just has to disengage and can't go back in quick enough because he doesn't have that overwhelming heal. I'm not sure how Ilbers will find the comeback, if they find it. Probably at a high ground defense, but even that's going to be hard against that Darkseer.
Yeah, I mean, a high ground push potentially coming out from JENZ. They find Niche again. He doesn't have the BKB. Fortification's been used. Fiend's Grip as well. There is a catapult wave here, but the catapult's going to get picked off.
We will have a high ground push. No buyback available for Pondo. We don't have a Slark available for 30 seconds either. He doesn't have the gold for the buyback, so JENZ, this is the opportunity for them to be taking this to a game number 3. But they'll back away, interestingly.
Don't tell me why do they back away?
I don't know. Maybe they just don't feel confident enough to go up that high ground. It is risky into that lasso as well as a rolling thunder. Even if you don't have the Slark, that tombstone can still come out. You have the IO heal. I do think that Ilbers have a very strong high ground defense, and finding the right play with the vacuum is going to be hard if one hero gets dragged in way too deep.
Tormentor gets taken. Barely the supports live.
Dire are scanning.
So here's where my brain's at. Right? The IO carry is not really working. That's okay. Doesn't have to. But at least you're having fun. And you know 423 is having fun doing this on a IO carry. Oh. Bottom lane, lasso. They are going to get the relocated as well. That's a pick off onto Russell. Big smoke play coming in. Gen still want to look for this, and they will. Mage has the arcane rune goes in, but looks just for this here instead over on the right-hand side. And Issa, again, looking for that Fiend Script, will be able to get it down and relocate it in as well. Nice two-man chains is here. The hotel doesn't do a whole lot. The CKBs are coming out. Niche finally shows up. The right-click's coming in. L hike. Now, with the Slark on top of him, needs a little bit of help, but Niche, unfortunately, the BKB doesn't do anything, and Gens win that team fight easily.
I wouldn't say it was that easy. They did have to buy back on their Grimstroke. But yeah, I mean, it is an overwhelming advantage for Team Gens. They still have the Aegis. Unfortunately for Ilbers, that Slark showed up way too late. And they had already lost their Pangolier. They need more items on this IO, on 423. They need more farm on the Slark. He needs the BKB. And quite frankly, they spend most of their time fighting and less time farming. I am curious. Slark... The Pango has... Okay, everyone has more than 200 CS. That is perhaps the most surprising bit.
It feels like a race to the bottom, Totris. Major now going in with the tier 2 dive. They don't even get the kill onto Ponlo. Nisha's there. Issa's tanking the tower. They are finding the Bane. Mage is gone. He's like, well, see you later, alligator. There ain't no way I'm doing nothing with this. The roll comes in, the blink back, and they're going to be able to get a pick off here on the 3.
I think the Aegis just expired. He just
died.
Did
literally just expire. He just died.
You know something incredible. The slow.
Oh my gosh, dude! They're gonna get another kill here. That would be a massive pick off. The BKB canceling the vacuum.
I hate to say it, but I think the game might have just turned. Slark now has BKB. Sure, El Haki is absurdly farmed up. Like, this is a Daedalus Mjolnir Hurricane Pike on this Nature's Prophet at the 30-minute mark. Like, he can decimate just about anyone. But all of that changes if the Batrider goes in with the lasso and you're able to grab this Nature's Prophet, take him down first. Suddenly, the team fight doesn't look too good. And interestingly played, the Slark, despite of how many kills are we at now, is that it's 92 kills. He only has 10 essence shift stacks.
Radiant's top tower has fallen.
He does only have 10 essence shift stacks. But even though we're at 92 kills, the game has slowed down quite immensely. You know, people aren't running at the first person they see anymore. So I guess kill quota has been met for both guys. I mean, they're like, okay, well, we're tired of dying. Who has the least amount of deaths in this game? It must be like 6 or something.
Dire are scanning.
a 6, that would be... It's a Russell, actually, with 4 deaths.
It's Russell with 4.
26
I see him.
assists.
The next closest is 8.
You know, I'm surprised that on the Dire side, on Ilbers, you know, all of them don't actually have double digits on their deaths. It's just 8 deaths for the niche, 9 for Fernandes and Norma. Actually, 423 who's died a lot on an IO.
Yeah, I think relocating in behind enemy lines is not the way to relocate. 423 forced to pop the BKB. Doesn't even try TPing out. Oh, he's got reload.
Yeah, he was on his reload timer. Once he gets to this heart, things start to change in a big way. The regen coming in from this IO is going to be way too much. You still do need to have more farm on your Slark. He has a Disperser, so at the very least, he should be able to find the Dispel. I'm not sure if the Disperser works against the Phantom's Embrace, because the Phantom Embrace status is a unit attached to you.
Yeah, I don't know if it does. They find Isla.
It works against a Nightmare, though. That's for sure. It works against a Nightmare, works against the Enfeeble, Searing Chains as well. It's a good Disperser game, but I'm very surprised he hasn't gone for the Aghanim Scepter. In fact, he's going for the Nullifier. He wants that double Dispel. He wants to Dispel away everything.
Of course, I mean, there's so much to Dispel. You have the Darkseer stuff, you have the Bane Nightmare, in case that comes out, Flame Guard, Ghost Scepters. 93 kills, 34 minutes in.
We are going to hit 100, but the question is, will we hit 125?
I don't know. That might be too much.
It might, but I mean, oh, Niche will end up in an amplified damage rune. This could be big. He has the BKB, and right now you have a Nature's Prophet El Haki inside of the Roche pit. Roshan's gonna roar, so they'll know. And if you want to fight with an amplified damage. That's what I would say. That's what I would say.
That's true. Blink in, leap down on Kagami looking for it, but 0-2-3 in some trouble. The Fiends group comes out. That's going to get canceled, but nice TP. Relocate out is going to be good. The Lasso came out and did end up stopping some of that, but it's going to be the Bane falling down the beach with his ultimate, just hitting whoever he wants to, and that means Nature's Prophet isolated with the roll. And now it's here. The next one up, get down on the round. Find 4-2-3, can't underneath that tier 2 tower. Oh, hold on a minute. Yeah, there we go. Everything's happening at once. And I think it's a, what, 4-4-3?
Yeah, but
team fight?
The problem is the Nature's Prophet died very early on. This Slark and this Mangolier ended up with so much of that gold. Sure, you lost your IO, but that was at the end of that fight. 16,000 experience going their way. The entire lead mitigated, and Roshan completely wide open. I don't think JENZ can actually go for Roshan that easily. It might just roar again. And unfortunately, the Slark has good target prioritization. He's going on the Grimstroke each and every single time. And this Disperser, we just saw it cancel the Surge too. So that's why he's going for all of these Dispel-based items. And eventually, the Slark is going to outcarry this game. I don't like the Nature's Prophet is strong at the late game, but the ultra late game is different. I think the ultra late game is one. It was the Slark. You know, 6 slots versus 6 slots. I would prefer the Slark. And you will also have the double lasso coming in from the Batrider. That's going to be a very significant factor eventually, right? Right now, he's going for the right clicks. You also have a dispersion on the Pango. Like, how many dispels do they actually have? They're going to have 3 dispels very soon. And the IO, I think the IO has... Okay, no, there's still a decent while for his heart.
No, when he gets that hard, it's a big deal. It's a lot of extra tankiness that is pretty true through. still anyone's game, really. I mean, 1,000 gold lead for JENZ, which basically means nothing at this point, 36 minutes in. We have officially hit 100 kills, Toltris.
I'm not impressed until I see 125. Or maybe
Yeah,
150.
that's the line. That's the line that's going to impress you.
150 would be impressive. Might as well, right? If we're already here.
Yeah. I mean, at that point, why not 150?
Roshan isn't going to roar because it is the dire side. Ilber's trying to take it out. But JENZ certainly do seem to have an idea that this is happening. The Nature's Prophet can teleport in. He doesn't need to be there. And Russell with the vacuum is potentially going to land a big one.
He's looking for it, but does he even find it? Niche able to find Isla on the back line. If he can get rid of this Bane, it's a pretty big deal, but you've lost Ponlo on your side. Instead, the Fiend's Grip comes out and there's no save. No save with the Tombstone. So you are going to lose your Slark here. The real roll coming up from Normal, looking for El Haki. He is the one with the Aegis of Immortality. That gets picked up here as Norma's still not going to give up here on the high ground, though. The Tombstone does end up getting popped down, and they are looking over. Mage coming in as well. They don't get the relocate out in time. The Tombstone goes down. And we're right back to where we started with JENZ being ahead.
They are. They managed to grab up that Aegis. Unfortunately, Ilbers couldn't take Roshan down in time, and the Slark wasn't able to finish off that Bane. I think if the Bane died, you wouldn't have gotten that Fiend's Grip off. It was an Aghanim Scepter Fiend's Grip holding back the Slark for the full duration of it, and without the Slark, you don't win the fight. Like, the Rolling Thunder is effective, but it also saved the Nature's Prophet. He had to go for an additional barrel roll against the NP and just wasted too much of his time. Good team fight for JENZ. I think they played that very calculated, and in the end, the Ilvers, they need to be able to hold that Slark in position, or at least enable that Slark to be able to do what he wants.
Letting the Slark to just... I mean, the Slark needs to kill the Bane, right? He did have the right target prioritization, but just didn't have any help. That's 2 towers gone. There's no Aegis at the very least, so going up high ground for JENZ isn't necessarily on the docket.
There is a Fiend's Grip, though. And the way that I look at it, there's nothing to really cancel that Fiend's Grip. Unless the Pango uses the Rolling Thunder. That could certainly do it. Or rather, actually, a Tombstone save. I think yep. If you're this Undying, Ponlo should consider going for an Aghanim's, or rather has the Blink Dagger. So there's no, there's no excuse now.
Yeah.
You need to use your Tombstone to save whoever gets hit by the grip, and you need to be on the back line waiting for that grip to come out. You can't be on the front line if you're this Undying.
Undying, such an important part of this Ilburst lineup, and there's an Aghanim. I mean, the Aghanim Scepter from Isla has been coming in clutch. There's so much money on these supports because of all the fighting that's been happening.
Lotus as well as an Octarine core. There is a lot of farm, but the problem is, I take a look at the net worth and it's a 36,000 net worth in Nature's Prophet. Like, how does he?
Yeah.
Can he even make anything? I don't think he can, right? He has all the slots complete, has the moon shard built in. The only thing he can actually get is just buy out an Aghanim's Blessing.
You can try. Cost money. This is this is just a degenerate game of Dota 2.
that is the apt definition, yeah. It is degeneracy at its finest.
Yeah. And I don't know where the line begins and where it ends. Like, what is the point where a team breaks, because it's not going to be kills.
I think the next team fight is going to decide what happens with this game. If Ilbers get to continue with it, or if JENZ will just force out a game number 3, because there's already only one or two team fights at max that Ilbers have left in them, unless they start to turn things around. But this Nature's Prophet is just, in my opinion, just too big to fail. Like, activate the BKB, or rather, he doesn't have a BKB. That is so interesting. So there's a world in which he can't actually use the Satanic to heal back up if he doesn't have a BKB. But that's a very small window. That window the only real chain lockdown you have is either the Pangolier rolling constantly or the lasso. The lasso is not going to be holding you down long enough. This NP has 3600 HP, level 27.
I mean, the levels are going to be a big deal, right, as well, because of all the kills that have been happening. There's so much experience floating around, too.
Oh, Ember.
It gets caught. Can't get away either. I mean, that's just a clean kill.
Very far out. Has the Wind Waker now, but still nullifier. There's a nullifier there, so the Wind Waker is not really going to help him all that much. Oh, they also relocate topside. Bane's
They're
dead.
looking for that kill onto Isla. They got the relocate play. Ilbers are cooking with gas now.
I'm not sure if it's gas.
They're cooking a flammable substance.
Yep. Yep. You know, they don't have the good cooking oil, but they have something.
Well, sometimes, you know, if you're given heat, you make heat blade. You know, I don't know, dude.
Yeah, blenders cost too much these days.
They do cost a lot.
You know, so we can't really have lemonade any longer. Just an abundance of lemons, I would say. I hear a lasso.
I do hear a lasso as well. The BKB came out on top of the Darkseer. He's able to get away.
Spark is finally going for the Aghanim Scepter. And I mean, has the Aghanim Shard, technically he can hold his ground for a very long time. Even though the Shard is nerfed quite a bit. It's only 2 seconds. It's barely anything, but it's still something against the lost hits coming in. And actually cancels the Fiend's Grip. I think it cancels the Fiend's Grip. I'm not exactly sure. I haven't seen that exact interaction, especially with the Aghanim Scepter for Isla. But we'll be curious. It does cancel the duel, so I imagine the Fiend's Grip is the same principle at play.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
I'm not sure. Smoke up. They get the Fiend's Grip down. And 4-2-3 is going to get chased. Instead, the BKB comes up from Niche. They are going to rip the buyback on the Bat Rider. They want to take this team fight. They are going to take this team fight, but 4-2-3 needs some help. Instead, El Hike in some trouble, getting chased, but Niche, again, looking for this Bane. He's the target. Niche is going to have to sit around and heal for a little bit, as instead, it's going to be on the other side. The relocate out there, but Ponlo picked off. El Hike has the safety up the wall, but not for long, as Niche is going to be able to walk up there and find him. Fernandes ends up backing away a little bit. The relocate's on the back line. It's not a relocate. It was a relocate. El Hike can match that with the TPs of his own.
Slark tried to help out 4-2-3 there. Try to stick around so that the Death Rip could come in. Unfortunately, the buybacks came out from Team JENZ. Once again, the Grimstroke buying back Kagami to make sure that the Grimstroke was available for the Silence, for the Inkswell, for the rest of his abilities. And for Ilbers, it's an uphill battle trying to take out the Nature's Prophet. The Batrider was dragging him too far away, and Niche wasn't able to land the right clicks. And you desperately need this Aghanim Scepter, because there's no way to build up Essence Shift stacks without it. He will actually, in fact, go for a Butterfly. I actually think that's a pretty good item, because in order for the Nature's Prophet to cut through that Butterfly, he's going to need to sell one of his items and get an MKB. And what do you really sell if you're El Haki? Like, You are already carrying around a hurricane pike in your backpack. He has 8,000 gold in his inventory.
Dire are scanning.
Yeah. Dude. 110 kills. Fiend's Grip now on top of the Slark.
$111 now.
Yep.
Dire's bottom tower.
Even the supports have a lot of net worth at this point. It's still, though, a difficult high ground push. Like, that's going to be the big point of contention. If JENZ can actually mount up that aggression. Because the game can go on indefinitely, and it doesn't matter. You can get as many kills as you want, have as much farm on your Nature's Prophet. He could be carrying around 50,000 gold in his inventory, and it doesn't change a thing until you're able to break through that lasso. Because the potential to get dragged away from your team in a position where your team can't help you is always going to be there.
It is. And we're seeing 423 as well. Every time he relocates him behind enemy lines, El Hockey globally TPs on top of him too. So like the IO struggling to find a place in teamfights as well. It's just El Hockey against the world, it feels.
Dire are scanning.
Just feels like after all this killing, we're finally seeing some breathing room, some respite, some farm, and that's really putting JENZ on top.
I mean, JENZ have been on top since I would say the start, or rather the 15 to 20, from the 15 to 20 minute mark. We are approaching the 50-minute mark. As 423, where did he go? I think he relocated back. Okay, he's cutting the waves with his relocate.
Yeah.
Not a bad play to make. Seeing Nature's Prophet hit creeps though is very interesting, considering he can't buy anything. Receives the shard. I mean, as Isla dies for 100 seconds. Oh, 423, he's gonna go in. He's, I believe, relocated in here. If they find Kagami, that could be big, because he's gonna be dead for another 100 seconds. So you'll have 2 heroes on JENZ not available, but the Bane can always buy back. It just kind of depends.
The Bane, obviously such an important part of this team fight here for JENZ, and with him gone, you kind of wonder if JENZ are going to go for this team fight, but they are going to get the leash down onto 2. That's an easy kill. The vacuum ball combo coming in, and the buyback is going to be up for the Bane. Kagami gets that leash down, but again, it's Russell that ends up getting picked off. They do get the Queen's Grip down on top of that roll, but it's not going to come in. Relocate out might not have been what you actually wanted to do there. Queen's Grip through Norma, able to get away for a little bit. The blink forward.
Need to be careful. This Slark has too much agility on him.
He does, and he's gonna have to be careful. 423 walking all the way back in. They did get the nullify down on top of the Bane. Blink up on the high ground. El Hockey trying his best to man fight the IO, but it's not really working out. The BKB comes out as well. Nisha fighting. BKB still on El Hike. They are just picking off the supports on the back line. JENZ are getting dismantled one at a time. The TP out is good, but there was a double buyback, I think. The Grimstroke, the Bane, and JENZ don't have a buyback on any of their cores at this point. Ilbers.
That is the power of the Aghanim Scepter on that Slark. I mean, the Nature's Prophet simply cannot fight that kind of a position by holding his ground, because the Slark niche can go out and go in. He's went back into the fight with 36 essence shift stack. That's 100 plus agility. It doesn't matter how much farm you have. The Slark is always going to outcarry in those positions. And right now, Ilbers, they realize that there's no buyback on these 2 supports, and JENZ, they don't actually have a buyback on their 2 cores either. It's this one overly farmed Nature's Prophet raid boss against the full fury of Ilbers. And I don't think he can do it, Blade.
Dude, he can't. He literally can't do it, dude. You can't 1v5 this. What are you supposed to do? He's trying to cut the wave mid. There's one catapult that's breaking this high ground, though. You are going to bring Russell into this play. You don't have fortification. Norma says easy. Wall vacuum doesn't even land.
Oh man. That is
Get me out. Get me out. Get me out, dude. I friggin' hate this. Get me out.
I mean, it's Ilbers are the better team. Like I don't know, I don't know what to tell you. Like of course, yeah, that game JENZ had a lot of things going for them, but Ilbers at the end of the day, they had that Aghanim Scepter on that Slark. They had an IO farmed up. Norma was coming in with the impact as well, and Kagami using his buyback in the position, or rather, JENZ taking a team fight in the position where Kagami did not have a buyback was always going to be very risky. You either are able to lock down a Slark and win the fight, or you're not able to lock down a Slark, and the fight, if it goes past that 1 minute mark, is just over because there's no way to contest a Slark that has 200 agility over you.
What am I supposed to say?
I don't know. Maybe JENZ tried though. JENZ did try. I mean, they tried to play the team deathmatch. Unfortunately, it just did not work out.
No, it didn't work out. I mean, the IO carry, Slark mid into there was a Darkseer mid, offlane Ember Spirit. I mean, dude, this game had literally everything, and it was all dank, but that's okay because that's not the last of Team JENZ we're seeing today. If you thought that was it, no. we have more. We have more. In about 20-ish minutes, Team JENZ are playing against AMARU Gaming, allegedly. We'll see if that series pans out or not, but I don't know. I need to bleach my brain or something after that. There's a break for 20, and then we'll see, maybe. Hello, everybody. It's EPL Masters once again, and we are here in the midst of the DRAFT. Now, we're not going to get anything like we did last game. If you weren't here for that, there was like 120 kills and 40, 50 minutes. I don't know. I don't remember. But Toltris, you were here with me for that, and you're going to be here with me for this one as AMARU and Team JENZ decide that they're going to play the last series of the groups. So, give it to me. What's this about?
AMARU Gaming, I mean they're a master of two things. They're a master of, well, playing and not playing simultaneously. But they've decided to play. They have graced us with their presence plate. And that's wonderful to see. They are the better lineup, of course. That is something to be considered. They have TI players on their roster. Team JENZ, meanwhile, coming in with 3 stand-ins. I do have a bit more information. Of course, like it's nothing that we didn't actually know, but they're sticking. Russell wanted to stick it out. So this 3 stand-in roster, they came up with this because he was committed to stay in the European Pro League, potentially to compete even further, show his dedication to the organization. And again, respect to Russell, respect to Isla for just continuing to stick around. And they had some issues. I think communication has been their biggest issue from what I've been told. But maybe they can win against AMARU. Who knows? That last game was kind of wild. That last game suggested that anything can actually happen. So we'll see.
We will have to see as JENZ end up going for Accent to Bane, which I think is a little awkward. You also have Bane Sunstrike combinations is available for AMARU with the Earth Spirit as well. Earth Spirit has some nice save against Axe as well. Can kick the Axe out additionally if there was ever a call to be made. So I think overall I like AMARU's draft just a bit better here. JENZ have a little bit more in terms, I think, of holes to fill. Their team fight is a bit worse. They have less single target damage than AMARU does. So it's kind of like they are tankier, but I wouldn't say they're more resilient. Earth Spirit and Bane are two pretty, like, what is the word? Deceptively difficult heroes to bring down.
Oh yeah, I think the damage output from the Earth Spirit can also be deceptive with that Magnetize slowly creeps up on you. At the same time, this is going to be a position for Earth Spirit and not a mid lane Earth Spirit because you already have the Invoker. I am not a big fan of the position for Earth Spirit. It just simply feels like if you fail to scale up, if you fail to find those pickoffs, then you're as useless as a Dominator creep running around the map. That's kind of how I feel about that. JENZ, again, with the Axe, they have a pretty good setup for that Invoker. Void Spirit is also one of those decent heroes with some follow-up, and one of the only Spirit heroes that has a natural save against that Meteor combo. All you really have to do is bring out that Assimilate, and Meteor is not going to land. None of the Invoker spells will land, including the EMP, Tornado, like just about every single one. Tusk Snowball save also there against that Fiend Trip as well as the Nightmare. So I will say that JENZ are drafting very effectively, but AMARU Gaming, they come in with the Tiny, who doesn't really care about that Axe all that much, or even the Berserker's Call. He has that status resistance. So I do think it's matched up a bit. It just depends. If JENZ come up with a strong right-click based carry, I think they will have the stronger draft here.
What I do like about the Tiny Bane lane combo is that you can set up toss very easily as well. You can just Nightmare someone, toss them underneath the tower next to the Bane Avalanche, and then Sunstrike on top of that. So there's a lot of combo. There's a lot of kill threat here on AMARU right now in this bottom lane. Axe normally a hero that likes creep cutting and wants to be alone, so you can again isolate with the Nightmare and then keep doing that. To your point though, Earth Spirit does kind of turn into a potato if you fall behind. It's going to be up to AMARU to see if they can put Earth Spirit in that sort of position. Otherwise, I think Team JENZ have to figure out a carry that, as you said, does a lot of right click damage, but also doesn't just die to the spells of AMARU, of which there are a lot of them. So it's kind of tough, I think, to think about the right choice here.
Yep. Going to potentially go for a Terrorblade, although I don't really like that option against a Tiny either.
PL. PL's greedy.
Yep. I mean, there's a lot of AoE damage, right, for Amaru, so someone squishy doesn't simply not work. Necrophos is going to be banned up. I think maybe a Lifestealer is what you need for Team JENZ. You have that Infest Bomb coming out. Your Rage is great against the Earth Spirit as well as the Invoker. The only real thing you're worried about is that Fiend's Grip, but you're always going to be worried about that Fiend's Grip. It's the job of your Tusk to actually save you against that. So I would straight up pick up the Lifestealer for Team JENZ and win the game.
Yeah, Lifestealer is a really favorable matchup to the Tiny. That's probably one of the best carry matchups for Lifestealer in the game. Also really good against Invoker. You have another save for yourself against the Meteor Hammer combo. And as you called it. So it gets banned out. AMARU aren't going to play around with that Lifestealer pick. And we'll see what kind of carry JENZ go for now that they don't have that option.
I will have to open up the hero list just to refresh my memory. Let's see. There aren't that many heroes. Maybe an Ursa? Or actually, what if you just go for the Faceless Void, but there's nothing to throw inside that Chronosphere? It really does feel hard. In the previous meta, I would recommend that the Abaddon is the perfect pick in this scenario, but you're not going to go for the Abaddon right now. You need a strength-based carry, and there aren't that many that come to mind. So Ursa with the Enrage can be considered, tanky. Doom is also available. Alchemist, or just the Bristleback. Those are the options that I would imagine that JENZ are going to be looking for. But instantly, Amaru, I really like this. Amaru Gaming certainly know how to draft in that last few phase. They pick up the Timber Saw, which means that no matter what you pick, you are going to just get cut through. And Team JENZ go for the Vengeful Spirit. This is something that Team Synapse is opting in for quite a few times in this tournament. I'm not too sure about the Venge though. Like, I kind of just feel like, sure, you have the advantage of the extra life, but it's not as if the extra life is going to survive either.
It's a little awkward too because the Timber Saw does not care about the Vengeful Spirit at all. You just kind of killed the spirit over and over again, and really good against Ask. So, I mean, my favorite to win this first game is AMARU. You can let me know how you feel, but I think this Timber Saw pick is really smart. I think the Tiny with the Bane and the Earth Invoker is a lot of execution, but it is something that AMARU can pull off. And at the end of the day, I think that JENZ are coming off of a really tough 0-2.
Where's Russell?
Yeah, that's about also what I was going to ask was where's Russell's, because it does look like Sharari is the pause 3 for them right now. So it's of the original Team JENZ lineup, it is just Isla on an island. It's just him, nobody else.
No. I've asked. Okay. Never mind. He's gone. Yeah. Our lovely admin has just told me that he's gone.
Russell's gone from the team.
Oh yeah, it's now just up to Isla, the lone survivor of Team JENZ. Has somehow now they have made it to the very last of the group stage. And it's very interesting. It's a team that has lost all of its players versus a team that has forfeited most of their series.
That's where we're at.
You fought badly.
Okay, so who wins then? Does anyone win?
AMARU should still win. They have the more consistent roster. They also come in with experience from competing against some tier 1 teams, and should be okay for AMARU. And I think, I mean, Russell was the most consistent player for Team JENZ for quite a while. Okay, even though the while I'm talking about is it doesn't have that much in it, but still had some pretty fantastic performances even against some of the better teams out there at the European Pro League.
Yeah, my Russell stocks are high, even though the things happen the way they are, right? So now we're looking at Isla and the boys. on Team
And the
JENZ.
boys is yeah, it's pretty apt.
Yeah, that is what it is.
But we'll see. Maybe Sharari has a few tricks up their sleeve.
Maybe they can pull something together. Yeah,
What is
Team
the
JENZ
invite
really
criteria
like the smoke play.
to play
Huh?
on Team JENZ? I'm really curious about that.
What was the question?
What is the invite criteria to play for Team JENZ at this
Have
point?
a pulse, maybe? Yannick getting blocked in by the shards, and they're going to get some more body blocks in. Walking into the tree line, though, not the wisest decision, as it is going to be the Void Spirit going down next. The right clicks were coming through, and Isla, no, please, you're the savior. Nope, never mind. He's all good to go. They do have the magic missile going through, and somehow, some way, the Timber does end up going down. It's a double kill for Panda here as they turn their attention over to Kagami. It's going to be the next one up, and will end up going down. So 3 for 3, but the first blood did go the way of JENZ.
And Slatum got the majority of it. I think Slatum is the big winner of that entire exchange. 116 experience. The Void Spirit only got about 20, so the Invoker will hit his level 2 first. It's not the biggest of deals because the Invoker getting more experience and more levels doesn't actually do anything apart from increasing the aptitude of his spells. An overall pretty even exchange, I would say.
Walk me through. Just walk me through the top lane. I think this is going to be one of the more dynamic lanes, and I'm curious to see what your thoughts are on it.
Sorry, can you repeat?
Can you walk how you think the top lane is going to go?
It's a tiny lane, so there's not too much that the axe can actually do. Sure, you have some pure damage, but Tiny is extremely difficult to take down. He's a tough cookie to crack, and I don't think the Rubik has enough follow-up with your axe to be able to get that done. Sure, you have a bit of a setup, but you can't set up on the axe. You have to set up on the Bane, and unfortunately, the Bane has a nightmare, so he has to get out of jail free card. Overall, I think I don't think the Tiny can actually get the kill either. This is just going to be a farm fest on that top side.
Well-gotten gains.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
That's okay. It's still a decent start for I would say both sides. I am curious to see what this Vengeful will actually do because this draft doesn't really. It's a decent carry, but Vengeful right now seems to be in a position where you need like 40 to 50 plus minutes just to be able to play the game. And I don't think that AMARU are going to be giving you that much time. And again, another stand-in on your off lane means that you're not going to have the same kind of impact that Russell did. I would be surprised if this axe can actually do what Russell was able to do on most of his heroes. So we'll see what actually happens.
You know, I think it's Isla that's the stand-in now. Everyone else is random, and Isla's the only non-random person. So, setting up that avalanche up top, Kagami. Actually, will live for quite a while. Now the courier dies, and they are looking for Panda here. As the right click from the Battle Hunger comes out as well. Sharari underneath this tower, maybe he gets a spin kill. Nope, not enough damage, but Panda will end up living as there was a double kill in the bottom lane. It would appear.
No.
And top lane, PP gets the double kill, and honestly, Panda will take that death. That gives him a full reset and no experience given over to the Axe. So
Yeah, but unfortunately, the Invoker got a solo kill on that Void Spirit. I really do not know how that happens, but at least they'll take down Oscar. Oh, no, maybe they'll take down Oscar. Okay, they'll take down Oscar.
I think so.
Oscar dies. Their safe lane is going well, but this mid lane is a disaster. Invoker with 2 kills and 2 assists already. That's without taking into consideration the Sunstrike kills that are going to be coming about from that
Radiant
Nightmare.
structures are fortified.
Well, I mean, the lane is this bottom lane of the Tusk and the Venge is obviously very good. Minus armor on the Wave of Terror, plus the extra physical damage from the tag team. Just really nice synergy that I don't think many people really appreciate. But this early on, it does so much extra damage, and out hero model, really nice. Just the attack speed is really nice, and you can do a lot with it. So the Venge will die here in the bottom lane this time around. They will get a return kill.
Dire's turret has been killed.
But that's worth it
Yeah,
for
Nick.
Oscar. He's the off lane, and you lose the
Yep.
support for the Venge kill. It's pretty much a-okay. Oh no.
Oh my goodness.
No.
I think he's dead again. Mage getting handled by Slatum.
Yeah, Slatum is a pretty good mid laner. We've scrimmed against him as well several times, so...
Shirari now with that rotation from the Earth Spirit doesn't have a role set up. I think the Axe is going to be able to get away because he does have the boots available. I don't even know why Tiny's coming. Maybe he's going to try to throw the tree, but
Oh,
they will get
he'll
the
find
roll
it.
up. Oh, he does.
He
Wow.
finds it
You
like
know
a
what?
pinball.
I doubted it, but he threw the traffic cone at the Axe.
That is some pretty. That is some nasty range on that tree throw. Oh,
Yeah.
I mean, Amaru Gaming, they are quite frankly very far ahead right now. Even though Allah uses the tag team, but inside of the Oscar stopper, you're never going to be able to get this kill.
Thank you.
Even on the last hits dynamic late, this is a game that Amaru are winning. As the Nightmare comes out, I don't think the Axe is a viable target though.
No, not really.
Nice of you.
Lost hits wise as well, the Axe is down, or rather only has about 15 CS to his name. It's the Vengeful 21, Void Spirit 18. So Amaru Gaming, they are, well,
Radiant's courier has been killed.
only 1,000 net worth ahead, but this net worth is going to increase at a staggering rate should things continue to go this way for JENZ.
Yeah. His bottom lane, the temper stop, just so strong. Gets the kill with the whirling death, and he's got a lot of stacks of armor, but not enough, as there's just too many stats on the Venge, at the very least, to get that kill. They set up Nightmare into roll in the middle lane. You can try to run, but you cannot hide. Jenik picks up the final kill.
I have it's a bit of a trivia. What do you think El Haki means? We'll start with L. What do you think L means?
Dire's courier has
It's
been
Arabic.
D? Is there
It
is there a
That's
D
impressive.
in
What does
Okay.
hockey mean?
that? Now that I'm gonna have to take a shot in the dark. Hockey? I don't know. Sunstrike? I do know what that does, or what that means. Oh my gosh, he missed the roll. They did, well, he didn't miss the roll that time. There's gonna be the neutral creep deny down from the Axe, and now Kagami with the brown boot. Dude, brown boots are OP. They're not as overpowered as Tree though. Throws another traffic cone at the Rubik. Hockey. I don't know.
It means wise. So it's the wise.
The wise.
Yeah.
I would have never gotten that. The wise.
What do you think Sharari means?
So if I'm gonna take any context clues here, hockey and wise mean nothing alike in terms of like phonetically within the word itself in the English language.
Yeah, but it's Arabic.
for-
You have to consider that. Like it's not English.
Yeah. Shirari means foolish.
Close. Ferrari means fire. Or
Oh,
spark.
you know what? That's actually not that. That's not that far off. Maybe.
Sure. What does Kagami mean?
What?
What does Kagami mean? You know, the nickname of the
Kagami?
Rubik.
Oh, easy. That's guitar.
Hmm?
Yeah, he's a guitar player, so his username is a guitar.
Oh, no. Kagami is actually a Japanese word. Now tell me what it
Oh.
means. By the way, I don't know any of this, so if you think I know these things from before, I don't. I'm literally just Googling them.
I have no idea. Kagami is Japanese. Oh, it's got to be like anime husband or something for sure.
No, I like the attempt though. It's mirror. It's
Oh,
self-reflection,
come on now.
which is interesting because he's
Self-reflection.
playing a Rubik, right? That's there's some layers of irony. We haven't quite figured out what they are, but you know, we have to peel them off.
I think Rubik might be one of the least self-introverted. Oh my gosh, they're gonna find Mage again. Like this. Oh, he is level 6. Never mind. He's good now. But yeah, I don't know. I don't think Rubik is necessarily a introspective character.
2,000 of a lead right now for AMARU Gaming, and self-introspective character. Yeah, I would imagine you will need to introspect quite a bit, very deep, for Kagami right now,
Well,
and he will have 20 seconds to do so.
let's see. A nice ice shards down onto 2 Slate. Oh, Sladen gets away though. Snowball chasing him more. Can't quite get invisible, and they are gonna end up getting the nightmare down on top of Isla. Why are they juggling the nightmare? I don't know. I genuinely don't know why they were doing that. But that there's just enough damage here from Panda to get this kill. They are bringing over the Wise. Swap is going to be able to come in. Panda now taking a little bit of damage, but here comes the Timbersaw looking for some kills, and now the Nightmare bounces begins once again, but this time it's El Hockey, who walked around to try to give some help over to Mage, who ends up going down, and there's no way that Mage can get away. 9 seconds on Ash. He gets taken out, and I don't know. I don't know what was going down.
Well, I mean, Slatum's gonna die again, potentially.
You think so?
Sunstrike
Tower is under attack.
almost landed, but not close enough. No points for there are no brownie points for skill shots. You know, that's something that maybe needs to be changed. Like you either find it or you don't. But it's still in all of this, Tiny has just been free farming away
Dire's mid
and
tower
free
is under
killing
attack.
away as well. Shirari now needs to find a way out, but it's okay. Never mind.
Yeah, he's... Listen. It's not looking good for JENZ right now. They lost their carry. They lost the axe.
It was never looking good for JENZ.
It wasn't. It really wasn't.
Maybe at the start, maybe in the plains, it was looking good for Gen. In the plains, it was looking really good for Gen. But yeah, dominoes.
The dominoes are starting to fall. Mage got hit with the Sunstrike. He's down now to half HP. Kagami's going to be the next one up, and Mage juking his way into the tree line.
Has fallen.
I'm not sure if he'll be able to get out. Yeah, the avalanche is gonna clip him. They'll just right click him down. It's a 6,000 lead effectively for AMARU Gaming. They can quite literally run down anyone at this point because the farm simply is not there. El Haki does not have any semblance of farm. He's actually going for a Yasha right now. Or actually, no, he's going for the Specialist's Array. So it's going to be a while before he has that Aghanim Scepter, probably around that 20-minute mark, if that. And the state of the game for AMARU Gaming is pretty much there. For them to maybe even find a clean sweep win.
There's Meteor Sun Invoker is going to get hit with the Walrus Punch, slayed him. Invisibility equals invincibility, especially when you don't use or have detection.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
And now Shirari's... Yeah?
You know, AMARU Gaming, you know, were invited directly to the group stage. I actually hope that they would actually play all of their matches. I understand that they were in 2 different tournaments at the exact same time, but they could have found a way, considering that EPL is very lenient in the way that they schedule matches. But they wanted to prioritize a tournament that, quite frankly, if I'm being honest, they were never going to win. Instead of the tournament they had a good chance of doing well in. And I can't understand that logic.
Well, you know, Team JENZ are... How do I put it? They just played a series in which the first game they got rolled, and the second game had more than 100 kills in it by 22 minutes. So, I mean, I can't imagine the level of exhaustion that they feel, if you could even describe it, but yeah, this Timbersaw, I don't even know if this guy is necessarily in any trouble. Like, he looks fine to me.
He is.
No, they are going to get the roll in. He's just going to go in with the help of this Earth Spirit, get a couple kills. They have the Tornado coming down, the Meatball as well. So much. Okay. Okay.
1,300 gold going the way, most of it for going the way of Oscar. And I think this is one of those games where the Timbersaw can solo carry. This is one of those games where the Tiny can solo carry. AMARU Gaming have 2 very flashy cores. And that's not even to mention Slatim on that mid lane. Meteor Hammer having been bolted up, once he gets this ATOS, he should be able to solo kill anyone he wants. Maybe not the Void Spirit, but pretty much anyone else. And, I mean, an 8,000 lead at the 13-minute mark, this is something that not even... their previous opponents could do against JENZ.
Yeah. I mean, it's just pick off after pick off around the map. And there's what, 8,000 gold now for... yeah, like... I'm trying to be... You want to give the benefit of the doubt. You want to be like, hey man, like, you gotta find a pick off here. This is a good start. But the Tornado comes up, and the moment that happens, they gotta leave. And they can't leave.
They will leave. They will leave one way or the other.
They will.
Yeah.
They will leave.
The Rubik tried to leave, but they'll send him the false way back.
Yep. Via the traffic cone.
And you know, you talk about benefit of the doubt. I have 0 doubts. I never have doubts. JENZ is out of their depth. Of that, I'm sure even they have no doubts.
They just keep losing everyone that, like, they lose everyone. You show up into a lane and then you die.
No, that's how it works. El Haki, he's the one that's surviving because he's not showing up in the lane. He is the wise one played.
That is true. Has he died 4 times? Yeah.
But you have to consider, is it all part of his wise plan?
Radiant's top tower has fallen.
Yeah. It has to be, I guess. Roll coming in here. They get the disarm down on top of that axe. And it's just... This is just so sad. Avalanche tossed. Axe is dead. Blade Note doesn't help. And now here comes the Timbers high ground. Cleans through 3 people. Fiend's Grip down on top of the Void Spirit. And PP blinks up to the high ground. Knows that he's the only person that they could snowball to.
And to 37. 13,000 of a lead at the 15-minute mark. I'm not too sure how much more of a beating JENZ can take if we're being honest, but they are trying. The wise one is farming away. Al-Haki has the specialist array. And you'll have to forgive me, there's not too much to analyze in this gameplay. Like, if you were in my position, what could you possibly say? It's just this is just
the next game.
This is just one team that is a cut above, or rather many cuts above, another team who probably wouldn't even have, like, if this, like, on a serious note, if this version of Team JENZ played in the play-ins, they would not have qualified through.
I mean, Mage, you can see he's trying his best, but the moment that the Timbersaw comes around the corner, it's pretty well over for the team fight.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
JENZ, well,
Dire's
lost their tier 2 tower. Look at the vision planted around in their triangle. As Sharari,
he just ulted a creep to farm.
you gotta get the creeps in played no matter how. It doesn't matter how. Okay? We don't judge here. We just talk about what they do and pretend it's good.
That's true. Snowball up into the air. Avalanche onto 3.
I like how you're at a loss for words as well.
What am I supposed to say? It's literally just a 3-man avalanche. Like, now the wise one is going down. Swap is not gonna help too much. Tree throw finishes the job.
Genic on his magic carpet of a staff, and now you see the timber going in. Oscar, it's just much over, right?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, I don't know if you can kill Oscar.
Radiant's bottom
I don't think you can kill Oscar. Like, Oscar has
You know
twice
what?
the net worth of your own offlaner.
Yeah.
In fact, your supports are about to overtake the cores of Team JENZ in terms of net worth. So that's really, I don't know, a few more team fights, one or two more team fights, and I feel like this game is gonna be over before the barracks even go down. I do not see JENZ playing past losing 1 or 2 more fights.
Yeah, I don't think so either. It's the nice blade mail, so you can turn around and get some damage down to Slade him. And also pick up the kill on the Bane, that's a big one.
is under attack.
So nice kill there. But Avalanche onto 3. Triple kill for PP. It's gonna be the Rod of Atos now for Mage, and like, what am I supposed to say?
I don't think there's anything to say. Late.
This
This is why AI is replacing everyone. Because AI would say a lot in this scenario.
Yeah, and it would say a lot of nothing.
20,000 of a lead. The lead's actually now growing past that 1,000 per minute mark.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
The way that I see it, no matter what you build up on Team JENZ, it's just gonna be too late. You're behind like 2 items per hero right now. This Invoker has a toss meter, hammer boots of travel. Meanwhile, your own mid laner, I haven't even clicked on him, but he probably only has a Kaya.
Isla
that
is
button.
straight up dying to 2 fire spirits. Like, he's almost dead.
He might still die to the Sunstrike.
He already used it and missed.
HYDRA is now charging on forward with about 400 HP, missing about 80% of his own HP pool. Sharari is dead.
Yep. Yeah.
They're going after the Invoker, but I feel like Oscar's just showed up, and now they might also be dead. Al-Haki.
Oh, they got Panda. And yeah, don't stand in the tree line. Obviously, that's not going to be very good. And you can see Oscar hunting down that Venge. Instead, Mage with one Astral Step able to get out, and Al-Haki just doesn't have anywhere to go. And you were to see PP with the Blink Dagger, obviously, as you saw on your screen, throws up Mage into the air, and he comes crashing all the way down. And now you TP up top, Cold Snap, hit him with the Sunstrike again.
Stands briefly.
Well, Oscar has a heart.
Oscar, what, sorry? Has a heart?
Yeah, Oscar the Timbersaw
Yeah.
has a Heart of Tarask. He has nearly 4,000 HP. And I don't think you have 4,000 damage if you're JENZ.
You might not have 2,000.
Yeah, it's how much does the Tiny have? Tiny also has around 3,500 HP. And now they're high ground. Okay, never mind. Tiny just blinks in.
Yeah, he just throws the Rubik back. They do throw a buyback out. Uh-oh. PP might have played with too much fire here as they are looking in. Maybe a call. Tornado out onto 2. They are going to pop the BKB with Slatem as well, and he's just going to cast whatever spells he wants. Blink in from Oscar. Tiny's still alive. Nice taunt onto 2. Looking for Slatem still, but the Nightmare Save is coming in. Roll up. They will kill Slatem, but the triple kill is there. Triple kill for Oscar as well.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Tier 3 tower is going to be besieged. They had PP down very low, but they are unfortunately not able to take him down. And even then, even if you took him out, it's not as if the state of the game was ever going to change. This is AMARU Gaming just running away with this. Unfortunate though, again, they didn't play most of their series, because I really do think that AMARU Gaming could have actually made it into the playoffs.
Yeah, they easily could have.
You would have had a South American representative in the playoffs. That would have been fantastic. That would have been amazing. Playtime just won their first tier 1. Or I consider it to be a tier 1 at that point. And, you know, AMARU is an org, right? They're not a random stack.
I mean, like, there's really, like, what am I supposed to say? Legitimately. There's nothing. It doesn't feel like Team JENZ can do anything. It does look like AMARU are playing Dota however they want to. Yannick is kind of close to dying. They have the toss back. They will end up getting the Earth Spear kill, but Blink back on the back line. They are looking for Sharari. Well, Slatem, I mean. Sharari is looking for Slatem. But again, nothing happens. Axe dies. The money situation is some of the worst I've seen in a long time in the game of Dota. And AMARU can just keep... They have a Satanic on Tiny at 24 minutes.
One of the better series or showings by AMARU. Also one of the only showings by AMARU. But, no, that makes it all the more impressive. Because, hey, I mean, JENZ may be playing with, quite frankly, random players as the situation called for that occasion. It was, I suppose, an emergency. It's not as if these players can't click their buttons. It's not as if these players are bad.
Yeah. Toss back? Kinda? I mean, Slatem is getting really low. They are going to try to get in on top of him, but he's got some spells to use. What in the world was that? I'm not quite sure, but I mean, Isla's going to die either way. just trying to play Dota a little bit. Blink, roll in, slate him. He's got himself some spells still. He didn't die, so he's gonna stick around.
I keep hearing the ownage call come out, like it's ringing in my ears at this point.
Yeah.
Blade.
Yeah.
The good thing is,
Like,
Gen
that
Z
was another
respawn
team wipe.
very quickly.
There's straight up another team wipe, and like there wasn't anything to talk about.
Is under attack.
They're literally killing each other in the enemy fountain.
Oh,
Radiant's top
Kagami, he
yeah.
found the lift up. Might be able to take out that Timber Oscar though. They're trying to go for him.
Oh my goodness.
They will
Avalanche
be able to
onto
take him
3. Swap back. Panda's gonna die. And PP needs help from Slatum. They have the Fire Spirits hitting the Ancient as well as a Catapult. Avalanche on the Tiny. Lifted up. They have the damage. They have the control. Slatum's gonna finish the job though. You think that there's a chance at a comeback?
Hey, you don't doubt the net worth that they just gave up. 9,000 of a net worth swing. You know, now sure, the Tiny could just go end this game with 2 hits on that throne, but the comeback is the comeback. I'm actually curious to see the win percentage probability. It's 100%. Okay, I feel like
Yeah.
that's unfair. It's been 100% since the past 6 minutes. Like, come on, 100?
Yeah.
Radiant are scanning.
I don't buy that.
Radiant are
What is
scanning.
100%
do.
probability? 100% means the game's over. Like the
Yeah.
game, like there 100% means that we're living in. You know, have you heard of simulation theory, Plate?
No.
Simulation theory is that everyone is in a simulation. Like we're all part of a simulation. Like you know, the entire humanity, this world, guinea pigs, lab rats. Everything that we're doing, us talking about this game, these players playing the game, EPL organizing the tournament, it's all part of this hive mind, you know, supreme overlords controlling us. Having their fun with it. Kind of how like we do our experiments, you know.
Radiant's ancient is under
This Ancient's gonna die.
Radiant's bottom tower
There's literally
It's not dead yet.
nothing- There's
Okay.
a meteor hammer on Bane. from Slice.
It's not dead
Oh
yet,
my
mate.
gosh.
Okay, the game is paused and you cannot tell me that the Ancient is dead. You need to have more belief in you.
Yeah? In me?
Cliff!
Oh my gosh, they forwarded at the last second. That
There's
is
a cliff.
so funny. That is so funny. I mean,
Axe
did
already
the
can do it.
Ancient
Never mind.
97 kills in 27 minutes.
Hey, at least I'm gonna go out saying that I believed in JENZ up until the very end. I believed in the
didn't.
potential of a comeback.
I didn't. I didn't at all.
Neither
Not
did
even
Dota apparently.
close.
There was a
Not even
100% win
close.
probability against them. Apparently there was literally nothing that JENZ could do to change the state of the game. Like absolutely nothing. Like the difference between 100%, what 100% means is that it doesn't matter if they have items or not. They could sell all of their items and it wouldn't make a single difference. They could stay in their fountain and it wouldn't actually make a difference. And that's a theory that I'm not supportive of. It's not. Yeah, I don't believe in that kind of evidence.
Totris, Team JENZ are 0-3 so far today. I don't know if they're going to fix that in this next game.
What's there to fix,
But-
Plate? I don't see anything wrong.
You don't
Do
see
you?
anything wrong.
Yeah, the ship. It's not a sinking ship. We've plugged the holes. We're back, baby.
Game 2 of this series is coming up soon. Dota 2 is a game of choices, decisions, and playing this series is definitely one of those things that happened. It was a choice and a decision that Team JENZ and AMARU Gaming both made. It was our choice to cast it, our choice to put it on here at EPL, and I would make the same choice again. Toltris, JENZ get
I would
coddled.
do. I would make the same choice. But that is also, I have also made many bad choices in my life.
That's
but I don't think this would be one of them. You know, for the record, just so it is out there for anyone tuning in. JENZ, they do have the Keeper of the Light. Yes. At some point, I begin to think about it. Think in my mind, does this draft even matter? Just if the previous game is anything to go by, like like what are they gonna pick up that's gonna change their fate right now? But I suppose we can analyze the draft a little bit. Storm Spirit actually comes out for Team Gen, so this will be a Keeper of the Light support.
What, did we think it was going to be a Kotl mid?
Could have been. I mean, you're playing into an Earth Spirit. The Kotl mid isn't that bad. At the same time, can go either way. The Storm is actually pretty good against that Earth Spirit. Sure, there's a lot of HP, but you are playing into a melee hero who likes to get close, right? The Storm should be able to find his farm. I don't know if this is going to be an Earth Spirit on the mid lane because we did have a position for Earth Spirit just, I believe it was the last game or the previous series. So we'll see how AMARU Gaming actually choose to go about this. Shadow Fiend is banned out, so you won't have that Bane plus SF combo. And, I would imagine they keep their carry pick in their pocket for now, but you could have the option for the Tiny.
AMARU Gaming need to pick at least 2 cores here, or they could pick a support that's a flex and a core or something, but they go with Largo, so that is a flex. That could be anything. Who knows? And then with that being said, that you also have to follow it up with either, oh well, I guess they're going to tell me what they follow it up with, a Lion. Okay. So it's going to be a 3 Largo probably, and a mid Spirit.
3 Largo, you have the Lion as well. Position 4 Lion would probably be the ideal here. It's good because the Lion has 2 disables. Hex plus the Impale means that you're going to be stuck in that Frog Storm for longer. Lick does a lot of damage, surprisingly so. And so you have a decent offlane setup for AMARU. It does mean that the Earth Spirit is going to be on that mid lane. And so Team Gens know what they're playing with. How they need a range carry because a melee core against a Largo just doesn't work. At the same time, you have a Grimstroke, so the ideal carry with the Grimstroke is someone that is melee. But no, they'll just stick to the Luna.
Luna does kind of the same thing as a melee carry, except you have Lunar Orbit. Lunar Orbit plus Inkswell is really good. It's a nice combo. You can keep people locked into your Lunar Orbit as well off of the Grimstroke ulti. So Gens have like a couple of things. They also have the double slow from the Kotl. I forget what it is. Solar Bind. Boom. There you go. Locked and loaded, which does, amplifies your spell damage. And then on top of that, the Grimstroke ultimate also amplifies your spell damage that you take. And then you're going to get hit with the Eclipse. So there's a lot of burst damage coming out here from Gens. Like, if we're going to talk about draft alone and not have anything to do with the players that are actually going to be playing these heroes, Gens have some unique combos.
Is Isla here? I have to make sure. Isla is here. Isla is gonna stick with us until the very end. He will.
Isla's drafting.
Captain will go down with his ship, one way or the other. I like that.
Isla and the boys.
Isla and the boys. To be fair, AMARU's ship isn't going to do much better, even if they win, right? So it's a case. Both ships are pretty much sunk already.
They are. It's like the 2 halves of the Titanic that have split apart in the water. You're just waiting for one of them to sink faster than the other.
But the theatrics of it all are nice because Isla's team is the band that continues to keep the music on, even though it's in the middle of the night, everyone's panicking. They're the ones who are keeping everyone entertained. As a Dawnbreaker comes out for Team Gens, They have a very solid draft. Like, I will say that there's the Solar Guardian, Eclipse, two very big AoE spells, Illuminate as well with the Chakra Magic for your Storm Spirit. This is a fantastic draft coming in by Team JENZ, much better than the previous game. I don't know if it'll matter all that much, but we'll see. It depends on what carry AMARU go for. Drow Ranger wouldn't be that bad. That reverberation from coming in from the Largo on the Drow Ranger's damage is definitely devastating, but you don't need it on the Drow. You have the Magnetize for it. So I do wonder what they're going to opt in for. Again, Lifestealer wouldn't be that bad, but maybe someone with some burst damage would be good too.
Yeah, I think the Lifestealer just doesn't do enough. It's decent into the Dawnbreaker, but ultimately the Luna is something that's a little bit more difficult to process. So my opinion, I think you're trying to just find something that can man fight the Luna in, you know, the Eclipse, but you also want something that can lane against the Dawn, which is a little bit more difficult to find. Well, that's what the Wind can do. The Wind can do both of those things.
Yeah, but the Wind's very weak against magical damage, which is why I think JENZ might have the stronger draft. Like the Eclipse, Storm Spirit zapping in, even the Silence, right? The Phantom's Embrace is great against the Wind Ranger because you want to use the Wind Run when the right clicks start pouring in. But the Phantom's Embrace coming out means you won't have the ability to Wind Run away. So I do think that JENZ had a stronger draft. And they have a great setup, right? Mage zapping in, followed up with a Solar Guardian, Inkswell as well on the possible Storm Spirit, Isla giving Mage his mana back so he can always go back or keep the fight continued. I think JENZ have plenty of options. Is it going to change? Because you look very bored with all of my assessment plays. So I think what you're thinking is it doesn't really matter.
It doesn't matter, dude. It literally doesn't matter at all. AMARU Gaming are just gonna outclass these. Like it's like, you know, everyone loves a good David versus Goliath story. However, what I think people fail to realize is like all of the battles that Goliath won before he got to David. You know, it's like we forget that he's a giant, and that how it's supposed to go is that the giant wins, even if David has a little rock and a sling. Do JENZ have a rock and a sling? Well, they have a rock and they have a sling, right? They've got nice synergies with their draft, and they have good matchups against AMARU. But can they put the two together, right? That's what we're looking for. We're looking for the cohesion of this, you know, identity in this draft and their execution. I don't see it happening, mostly because they're a team of one guy and four randoms. like just to really break it down, literally a pub team, like a battle cup stack right now is what we're dealing with. Hey, you know, I've played against some EPL pros in battle cup before, not to my choice. I didn't have a choice in the matter. I got rolled every time I did. It wasn't close. I feel terrible that was happening to me. But hey, you know what? Maybe there's something that I don't know in this situation. Maybe JENZ are just going to be a better team and they're going to come out on top, and I'm going to eat my words and do whatever I need to in order to just say, hey, listen, this is how it's going to go. But Toltris, I feel like I've said it all. I don't see it happening. I can't get over the barrier that is the skill difference between these two teams. Not even on an individual scale, but on a scale of just communication and execution. We have an ability to see that here as the smoke breaks on both teams. Everybody from JENZ are backing away. Panda's leading the charge here. Drops the ward. They see Isla and that Coddle. What's going to happen? It's a sleep play from everybody. I don't even know what's going on, but instead they are going to get the stun now. The blood grenade gets thrown up. Isla getting chased down, and Yannick ends up getting the kill. And that's kind of what I'm talking about.
It's not over. Mage is pretty much dead too.
No, it's not over. I think Mage is dead too.
Yeah. Okay, so the thing is, Plate, for all of you who are listening, don't fall for Plate's propaganda on David versus Goliath. Because David won with his little sling and his rock. Okay? Turns out one rock and one shot is all you really need. And to be fair, Play, to add to your point, it's not as if Isla is a tier 1 player, right? As much as I like him, as much as I like his commitment, and as much as I really want to see him succeed, as much as I want to see every pro player who has this level of commitment succeed, Isla is probably a tier 2 or tier 3 player, right? This isn't a situation where you have one TI player with 4 randoms, right? You have a tier 2 player with 4 randoms. That's a big difference. But I still believe. I will continue to believe it because we are on the ship too.
Easy breezy.
By the time this game ends, Split, I will have you convinced.
You can have predictions.
Convinced of JENZ's prowess.
I want someone in the chat right now to clip what Tultras just said, and then in 25 minutes from now, just nothing else, just the ancient dying. That's all I want. I don't want anything else. That's that's like I know as a caster, I'm supposed to be unbiased. I'm being realistic. Okay, that's my goal today, is to be realistic. Yeah.
You know what realism gets you, Plate, in life these days?
What?
Sadness. Okay.
That's true.
Nothing but sadness. You need to be a bit optimistic. Do not be heartbroken. Actually, no, that's not true. You need to be optimistic to have the chance not to be heartbroken. Kagami's just, almost dead to the right clicks, but no.
No, he won't die. Not to that. Well, yeah, he'll die to this though.
Not a bad start for AMARU Gaming, but they need to be careful.
Yeah.
The potential from Sharari and his hammer, the dumbbells he has with his hammer.
Oh no. Mage. Okay, I thought he was in some real trouble.
Listen. No, he's
I'm listening.
This is a very well-known strategy in Dota that Gen seem to have mastered. They are luring AMARU into a false sense of security.
Yeah,
right?
they are.
AMARU, they're gonna think they're ahead. They're gonna think they have JENZ on the rope, but that's when JENZ will strike back.
Well, while you live in your mind palace of grand illusion, I'm gonna look at the power shot miss on Isla, but I don't think it really matters either way. A couple more right clicks are gonna do it. Wind run gives some movement speed. Nice juking attempt by Isla. Gets a little bit, time to him, but ultimately it's a 4-0 so far.
You remember the IESF qualifiers that we did, Plate?
I remember the IESF qualifiers that we did, Toltras.
Yeah, so it reminds me of the African qualifiers, where you had not even Immortals. I believe Team Nigeria actually had Archon players playing.
Really?
Yeah. Yeah, we happened to broadcast that match.
Isla getting run down. He's gonna end up falling. Panda will also... Hey, listen! JENZ, they put the rock in the sling. They got a kill.
That is what counts. For every 5 that JENZ lose, they will get the 1 kill. Okay, it's not about the numbers, it's about the quality of the kills you get.
Yeah, what's the quality? What does the quality of the kill on the Bane tell you?
Oh no.
Oh no. Oh no.
Maybe it would have been better if the Bane didn't die. At least he'd have no mana for the Bane sap that took out Sharari just now.
Yeah. That might be good. That might be good. Inkswell on the creep up top. Oscar. 2 points in Tangaruni. He can purge off the Inkswell, but they are instead just going to look to kill Kogami instead. A couple right clicks later, they're going to give the kill over to the Largo, so he's going to sing the praises of the kill all the way to the bank.
Mage is doing well. He has 16 lost hits on the Storm Spirit. If he can get the power runes or maybe the water runes, it's gonna be effective. But El Haki dies on that top side. Again, you know, I'm not that worried. Okay, I'll start to get worried if it's like 30 kills and Gens have 2 kills.
Dire's middle tower is under
Yeah.
Kagami finds Janek, killing spree, going the way of that Grimstroke. You see, you give the enemy your lives, build up the streaks on your opponents, take out your opponents, and then you get more gold than if you were to kill them without them having a streak.
So, okay. The last hits are looking... Oh my gosh, that power shot does so much damage. The last hits are looking dire. Well, radiant. I don't know what you want to... how you want to put it. Do they have another power shot set up? Yes, they do. Shirari getting run down, double ranged here. The wind run comes out, and yeah, the Panda's on a honeycomb spree, and Slatum also ends up killing the Storm bot mid, and then in top lane, Yannick is gonna not dodge the stun, but they don't have anything to contest this large go. There might actually also be a dive here as well. I'm going to almost guarantee it, as they do look for Kagami, miss, but instead I think there's going to be a TP from the Dawnbreaker coming in. Yannick up top will go down, and Oscar is also going to pay the price. Nice rotation from Shirari.
I told you, got lured into a false sense of security, and they paid the price for it. Slatum going to do El Haki a favor, send him back to the fountain so that El Haki was going to come back with full HP and mana. Gens are reading Amaru like a book.
Yeah. Yep, they sure are. Book time. Mage. Hit with the silence in mid. So which part of the book was that one?
Storm doesn't read.
He only reads that the books are blue.
Or if it has pictures in it, you know?
Yeah, true.
No
true.
pictures,
The
no
also
reading.
have to be blue. He only wants blue books in his dressing room.
Isla is farming while his Dawnbreaker is dying.
Yeah? Well, I
That
mean,
is-
what is he gonna do?
That is fair. What is he gonna do? So might as well find your farm.
Yeah.
Dire's
There are no positions in Jenz's lineup. It's just we are all equal. That is a nice philosophy in Dota. I would like more teams to adopt that.
Yeah.
Dire's middle tower
Be,
is under
being
attack.
more egalitarian in your structure. For sure. Definitely gives them a lot more. See, and they're taking a
Radiant's
stack.
middle tower
That's
is under
good.
attack.
That's a lot of money in XP. Like that's good.
You're starting to sound
Yeah,
like a believer.
Kagami's
Blade.
dead. No, it's Kagami's dead. Kagami's so dead. But I mean, is it worth the stack? I actually don't know the answer to that question. It might low-key be worth it,
At this point, yeah, anything is worth it.
because
Dire's
I
middle
don't think
tower
dying
under
is like. Listen, your carry is getting dove underneath it.
Dire's middle tower has fallen.
So people want to know at home.
Dire's middle tower
I
is
bet
under attack.
I bet people at home think to themselves, and I want to put this thought to bed right now while we have the time to talk about it.
Dire's top
There are going to be
tower
people
is
at home
under
soldiers that
attack.
think they can beat Team Gens.
I wouldn't
I'm
blame
telling you, you can't. You think you can, but you can't. This team that's getting rolled by Amaru right now is 100 times better than any team you could put up with, like 99% of you. Even if you're an immortal. I'm an immortal. These guys would crush me. and I would look like Team JENZ would make me look like Team JENZ in this game. So don't go thinking that that you can beat these guys. That's just how good AMARU is. Like, legitimately, that's just the difference. These guys are built different.
To be fair, Plate, my team could probably wipe the floor with Team JENZ.
Well, I'm not talking about your team. Are you on that team? Well, yeah, you're pretty high. You're pretty high immortal, aren't you?
Kind of, yeah, but I'm not I am the coach, so I'm not technically on the team.
I see.
I
Yeah,
am on.
you're not on. Yeah, but you swap. I don't know, the pause 5 or something and then play. And then
Yeah, I
you
could be
probably
carried
win.
by my team while also beating Team JENZ.
Yeah. Yeah. But I didn't say you were in chat. Maybe you are in the chat, but I'm talking about the people at home that.
But I do agree with the premise. Like, there are levels to the game, right?
There are, yeah.
Just because AMARU are making it look very easy doesn't mean that Team JENZ are an easy opponent to actually beat. Especially Isla, right? Isla is someone that has actually played with the Hour. So, you know, clearly good enough to compete at a certain level.
So, last game, we saw like 90. We saw more kills last game than we did in the game 2 between Team JENZ and I already forget the name. Wow, I was there too.
Ilbers Esports.
Ilbers, yes. And that was just a stop. So this game, anything less than 80 kills by 25 minutes is a win. If Team JENZ can dodge, if they can farm, if they can relax, if they can ignore the fact that their mid-storm spirit is less network than the Lion, if they can help El Hike, if they can do anything that isn't dying, then it would be good. But there is the link down onto 2 here. Of course, the silence comes out and roll up onto the high ground, ends up finding the last kill anyway. Meanwhile, the bottom tower is being cleared out after the pickoff on the Dawnbreaker. And Tochus, which member of Team JENZ is Goliath? Is David, I mean.
All of them, it's 5 Davids versus the 1 Goliath.
It's 5 versus 1.
Yeah, that's why I think there are better odds for JENZ to take this. It's, you know, it's 5 slingshots, and those hurt. Ferrari with the absolutely fantastic escape. Saw PP coming from a mile away. PP did not have a chance.
Yeah. There's no tower pressure though for AMARU. Like, you have to focus fire the towers, and that means you're killing. Well, I guess you don't need focus fire to kill anyone on JENZ, to be honest. Like, you can just kind of. You don't have to. Like, it's. The net worth is starting to get to a point where, like, the button pressing is secondary. You just got so much money that your stats are like too high. And they're fine Shirari, the bottom lane. I mean, I don't think there's a power shot available, but you know, he can't even farm up a blade mail.
Radiant are scanning. Radiant are scanning.
Mage has been farming away in the Radiant jungle for quite a while, but they will catch up to him and probably just take him out. Yeah, there goes the Fiend's Rip.
Yeah.
The Fiend's Rip is devastating not because it locks you down, well, that is the primary aspect of it, but it also drains away 50% of your total mana pool by the end of its duration. So it's great against heroes like the Storm, Medusa, pretty much any mana-based hero. And the what makes the Aghanim Scepter even more potent, or primarily also the additional lockdown that you have, even if the primary Bane isn't there, but it's the 3 Banes are individually draining away your mana. So you lose about 70 to 80% of your mana pool by the end of that duration.
I don't even think there's a point in bringing up these solo pickoffs, to be honest.
There isn't. Because Gens haven't started to fight back. If you notice, you know, they haven't made that smoke of deceit, which they will now. Mage finally ready.
Trying to get their way into this radiant triangle, but
Dire's courier has been killed.
instead they might find the Bane Panda in the backline. They did steal the Wisdom Shrine. Pog, Isla knows what he's doing, and they are going to be able to find the Largo here. Needs to kill the Spirit, but he can't, and instead everybody else is going to come in. Magnetize comes out. Dawnbreaker with an ultimate. They have the Hex down on top of El Heike. Turns around with the Eclipse, finds Panda, gets the kill there, and slayed him. Low with an Arcane Rune, but blink in from Yannick. Finding an angle roll is going to be good, and they just focus fire, bring him down. Serare, the next one up, the magnetized power shot combo does the damage. And that's a team wipe win. Or a team fight win, not a team wipe. But a couple of kill streaks going the way of JENZ.
Dire are scanning.
I mean, that's more than what they've gotten all game long. This Luna isn't that far behind the Wind Ranger, or even that far behind the Largo, or everyone else is pretty poor. But, you know, Gens have the capability to sum up all of their spells and get some few kills in those team fights. If you can get to that Aghanim Scepter for your Luna, which is I think the item you should be going for in this scenario where you're really far behind, maybe you can start to claw together something. But it's I don't know. Have you ever had a burger which just has a beef patty in it?
No. Is that what this is?
Yeah. It's not a nothing burger, but it's just a beef patty. It's a very
Radiant's
dry
middle tower
beef
is
patty.
under attack.
I'm just looking at
Dire's top tower
Lion,
is
who
under
has...
attack.
And the Storm is what I'm looking at.
Hey, it's because this is a genic lion. Okay, this is a special lion. He may actually end up with more net worth than the Dawnbreaker as well as the Luna. Although the Luna is difficult to catch up to.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Yeah, this game is just...
Dire's bottom tower
series.
is under attack.
I've been a part of some pretty convincing series in my time. This is definitely one of them. This is just like waiting for time to pass.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
And it is passing by very slowly.
Blank stun only onto one, but they get the Nightmare down on top of the Dawnbreaker, and instead they want to turn their attention over to the supports. They get the leash down onto two. It seems right, but they cut off the Storm Spirit. One of the supports will die, but the Magnetize down onto 3 from the Earth Spike. They do get the Shackle down onto 2, and it's a triple kill for Slaydom. Isla gonna get chased down here. They do throw a crossbow bolt out, and PP is wicked sick. Both supports die for AMARU, but they get 4 in return. And the Luna's still farming. But AMARU come out ahead on that one too.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
4 for 1. But again, quality of the kills played. You focus on the wrong thing all the time.
Yeah, sure.
You have to focus on the, you mentioned it yourself. This lion is more farmed up than your Storm Spirit. Losing your Storm for the lion is literally a more valuable trade if you're Gens.
What about that one?
I'm trying to think of some excuse,
Dire's
but
bottom tower is under attack.
I just can't find any.
Oh my gosh, what? Panda with the Nightmare cancel on that TP.
Oh,
And there's a
PP.
focus fire. Oh, Blade Belt!
That's a solo kill, Sharari, or should I call him Ferrari? That is absolutely fantastic. That is what I want to see. Team Gens finally fighting back. Even the Wind Ranger is laughing at what I just said, Plate.
Dire's middle tower
He,
is under
The
attack.
game is
he
laughing
didn't
at me.
know He didn't know how to hit S on his keyboard.
That's
Yannick
like,
is building.
Dawnbreaker's back. Dawnbreaker is fully back in this game.
Yannick is building a Echo Saber. Zip in onto the lion, but he's got backup this time. Magnetize comes out, blink away, and a little bit of extra mana doesn't get you far enough.
It does not. BKB is now available as well. I'm surprised that AMARU Gaming aren't going for meme builds. They're playing this very seriously. I suppose. I mean, okay. There's no way they qualify. I mean, no matter what kind of magic that I do with the group stage standings, there's AMARU are 0-4, JENZ are 0-4, and the teams above them have 3 series wins, 2 series wins, so doesn't look too good.
Yeah.
Dire's middle tower
Yeah.
is under attack.
I mean, again, there's not a lot of tower push except for the focus fire, so AMARU do have to spend their time chipping away at these towers. Maybe bring a catapult in, but so Slatum
Are scanning.
and the boys are gonna go pick up the Roshan.
Radiant are scanning.
Once this Roshan is taken over, we'll see exactly how things transpire, but
Dire are scanning.
They are pretty bad at taking down towers. I'm just gonna put it out there.
they are.
You know?
They are. Yeah, the
There's-
Hook's fire doesn't do a great job at that.
Tower is under attack.
That's what I'm saying.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Does this lion have
God,
an
no.
Echo Saber?
He does, yeah. Yeah, he
You know,
does.
You know, so it's a carry lion.
It is a carry lion now, yeah.
You know, this has to be the most one-sided series so far in the EPL Masters.
It's gotta be.
Yeah, AMARU Gaming should do better.
Blinken, Yannick, just ulting on top of it too, but there's a 2-man stun. They can't kill a friggin' lion, bro.
Hey, it's a
can't kill
carry
a
lion.
lion.
They can't kill a carry lion. You need
They
to
can't
stop
kill a lion. They still can't
misleading
kill him.
people.
No, he
playing-
walked up. Oh, he's fine.
Okay, you need to give people the full picture.
Dire's top
It's not just
Yeah,
any
the
lion.
full picture. The full picture is that he's a lion. Kagami doesn't stand a chance.
To account for all your sins.
Dire's
I wonder what the win
structures are
probability is.
fortified.
Do you want to take a gander?
Is it 100%?
No. Not even close.
Really?
Yeah. Yeah.
Is it at like 85?
Dire's middle tower is under
It
attack.
is 93% in favor of AMARU Gaming.
Oh, 93. I see.
Yeah, 7% chance. Just saying. Not that
I-
low. Worth fighting for.
Oh my gosh.
What percentage of a win probability do you think David had against Goliath? Tell me that.
I think of 1.
Exactly. Gens are in a better spot.
Yeah, they are. Slate him.
Dire's
Eats the
top
full
tower is
eclipse.
under attack.
How's the shield ring and a BKB available also?
Dire's top tower is falling.
There's just this siege that keeps on going, and they pull people in. The Dawnbreaker ultimate is going to come out. The Fiend's Grip is going to get canceled by it. The BKB roll is not actually going to land. And the right clicks are coming through from PP. He's getting low. The blade note does a lot of damage, but the heals from this Largo, he's got to keep them going. Focus fire is down as well. Everybody dies from the rock of Slatum. Ultra kill is down, and GG finally gets called. I mean, you know, shout out to JENZ for showing up, and AMARU for showing up. Good on them.
Yeah, I mean, AMARU are lucky that JENZ were going easy on them. You know, otherwise, this a very different result. You know, JENZ giving you know, a bit of time to AMARU to showcase what they have to offer on the table.
Yeah, AMARU, I think just playing with confidence, right? Playing with a little bit more gumption. I think JENZ knew that this was going to be a hard series, and obviously they knew they were also eliminated from the tournament mathematically, so it didn't make much sense for them to waste a lot of mental energy, as it were. So I think this, you know, that might not look like it, but the series is probably a series of self-preservation. You play it, it doesn't mean anything, sweep it under the rug, you move on, you lose with grace, and you know, then you just go on and you go about your day. So AMARU pick up a 2-0 against JENZ. That's going to cap us off for today. Toltris, I don't really have anything else to say about this game, man. There was 21-1 on Earth Spirit mid, and this was a 23-minute game. Is there anything else you need to say about today before we close things off?
Well, unfortunate that the last two series weren't up to your standards, plate. But I'm only
they were
kidding,
entertaining just for completely different reasons.
They were entertaining, definitely. The series, the game number 2 between JENZ and Ilbers, more than 120 kills. I don't remember the last time that's happened. But to top things off, though, that there is, of course, something to look forward to. The playoffs will be starting soon, and we will have the 4 invited teams now entering the competition. We have our 4 teams that are going to be advancing from the group stage as well. Power Rangers and Ilbers Esports from group number A, and Level Up and Zero Tenacity from group number B will be facing off against the 4 invited teams, which are going to be Yellow Submarine, MOUZ, Rune Eaters, who were at EWC, and you have Navi as well. So those are some pretty heavy teams now facing, or rather now entering the field. And this is where the prize pool starts to kick in. Remember, it's $100,000 on the line. Top place position gets $50,000, but the prize pool only kicks in at the 5th to 6th place position. So you have to get to round 2 of the playoffs to be able to acquire some of that prize pool. Best of luck to all of the teams out there, played, and I really can't predict what's going to happen in the playoffs because some of the qualified teams as well that are making it through, like Power Rangers, like Ilbers, and Zero Tenacity, Level Up 2, Level Up also having gone to EWC.
Yeah,
those are teams that can actually and have proven that they can contend against the invited teams too.
Yeah, and I think we're gonna see none of the series of now and the series before this one in the playoffs. I think it's going to be a lot closer. It's going to be a lot more competitive. There's going to be a lot more Dota to talk about and to be excited about. But when that is, I'm not sure. Until then, I've been Plate. This has been Toltris with me, and we will be seeing you the next time we showcase some EPL games here at the Masters. Thank you so much for watching. We're done for today. Bye-bye.